Good afternoon. It's Friday. My weekend begins. And so does the lace making. Now, I'm trying to make this straight without it being too annoying because I want it to be a reasonable angle for me. And it's a bit like reversing a trailer, right? Is that you got to turn it in kind of the wrong directions to make it work. And it wants to be over there, but I don't want it to be over there. Okay, so let's move that. So I can move that to there. Yeah, that's kind of straight. Right, there you go. Take off some cloths. I did not feel hedgy. I never had a chance, so let's feel hedgy. Because, well, he deserves it. He's nice. We like Hedgie. He's cool. So, poke pins in Hedgie. Because although we can steal some pins, we will need more pins. We always need. There is no such thing as too many pins. I can smell something. Weird. Smell a really nice smell. Which makes me wonder what broke. Where is it? Because it's a really nice smell. Can't quite place it. Just made me wonder if it was Hedgie. Smell, but it's almost like a candle, which makes me wonder if something's overheating, which shouldn't be. Don't think of anything that would though, but I can't place the smell. It's not a food smell, but it's kind of like a food smell. Yes, I realise this is potentially not the most overly exciting thing, listening to me poke pins in Hedgie. But it is the only chance I've had to do it, so... thing I quite like about hedging. Once I have impaled him many times, my dogs are off again. Doing pretty well. Not much room left. Well, that's not true. There is plenty of room left. I mean, I can still see the colour, so of course there's plenty of room left. But in practical terms, Hedgie is looking kind of filled to a large, let's say to a large extent. Let's say that for now, because I'm going to be stealing pins off the other bit, so with any luck, that should be enough. We can always come back for more. So, where are we at? We are, let's maybe say, do this bit. It feels cold in here. I was thinking how nice and warm it was earlier, and now it feels cold. Normally, of course, I'm moaning it's too hot, so you can't win. Just sit still, dog. Will you stop undoing? I just unshortened you because you were being annoying and then you went long again. Can you stop that? No. Wrong side. You're this side. Been thinking about how I do these. See, you've done it again. Look, how is it that it's now down here? It needs to stop undoing. I can see why, look, it comes loose and then of course let's try and do something about that. You're going to get really annoying if you keep doing that. So, let's have a go. You are not going to annoy me for the next couple of hours because I don't know if I could take that today. Really, really don't. So, we're going to do one of those. Set you about right. Another one, just because you're being stupid. There you go. And now you've pulled up all the things. Oh, how annoying. I've got an itch. Oh, itchy, itchy, itchy. So, 1, 2, 3, 4. I've got the yawns there. coming up, come up, Rory. If you're not, sod off and go somewhere else. Make your mind up. You chose to come up. Yes, I do love you. Very much. And your sister. But enough, come on. We do this every Friday, but you should get the hang of this by now. For goodness sake. What did I just say? I'm getting backache because, oh, for fuck's sake, dog. I'm just about to get comfortable. Just piss off. Come on. Are cold. What a lot of people don't realise is when your hands are cold, they're dry as well. Now, it's not that you have hot, sweaty hands, because that's not overly a thing, but cold hands are really dry. And I suffer from a condition where when my hands are cold, they hurt. My feet hurt too when they're cold, but that's a bit more easily maintainable because like now of course I've got socks on, a nice big pair of fluffy slippers, kind of fair enough, I'm at home, and I've got a blanket on my legs. Well, actually I've got a duvet on my legs, but it's a old kind of worn out one, so it's not exactly a duvet, but I have that, and so between the two they kind of keep my feet kind of nice. I won't say warm, but but they stop them being cold. Whereas right now, if I put my hands on there for my face, it almost feels like ice cream, and it is. I can't handle things out the fridge. If I pick stuff out the fridge, I can't hold on to it for more than about 20-30 seconds before my hands really hurt. So, for example, like a lot of British people, I keep my potatoes in the fridge because, well, I haven't got anywhere else really to put them, and secondly, it stops them growing. Well, then they're cold. I can't peel them when they're cold. So I actually have to put hot water in a bowl to soak them in so that I can pick them out of the bowl so that the external couple of millimetres is not as cold, and that there is warm water for my hands to constantly go in to warm up. And it's just a pain in the butt. And like now, because my hands are cold and I've got an annoying dog who is here, as you can see, it's just kind of irritating because he is absolutely in the way. And much as I love him, for which I do with all my heart, he's in the way. So you're just undoing now. I can feel it under my fingers. Brain them when they're like this. I really could. I was talking to my co-worker this morning. Because I do work, honest. But obviously I work during the day. And on Fridays I only have to do half a day due to other reasons. Anyway, I only have to do... So I worked this morning and it's what? Just after 2:30 here. So I worked this morning and I was talking to him. And I was explaining how I'm really struggling at the moment, and I can't nail it. I set out with a big pile of things to do, and I kind of go, yeah, got all these things to do. Right. So let's start on this one. Pick one, and like a few hours later, I haven't done it, and I don't know why. It just doesn't happen. It just kind of disappears, and I don't get it. Because obviously, well, I need these things to happen. Some of them are not optional, and I really am struggling with the whole doing of things, and patience is definitely part of it. I'm not exactly blessed with cope with extreme amounts of patience at the best of times, but at the same time I'm normally capable of getting things done, but for some reason at the moment, no, I'm not. Right now, no. So yeah, I'm definitely struggling, but I'm definitely struggling when things like the dogs do this. So they come along and settle down and they look all cute and they're doing the thing, and for about 10 seconds, and then they leap up like someone shot them in the butt, and because one's leapt up, the other's got to leap up, because just on the off chance that, backup's needed, and constantly, and it just seems all the time. Now obviously it's not as bad as my brain's telling me it is, because it's the same as everything. It's like, oh, that is all the time. No, it is maybe an excessive amount of the time to what would seem reasonable. Maybe it's even the majority of the time, but clearly it's not all the time, because, well, first of all, they do sleep, as do I, and while I'm asleep I'm not aware that they're doing this. So already, there's a handful of hours out the window, but it just feels like quite a lot of the day is spent with one of them, namely her. They'll kind of appear to be asleep. They are the kinds of animals who, we all have it, right? There's like two types of human beings. There's the one who almost the instant their head touches the pillow, that's it, they're asleep and they're gone. They're like they're dead now. And then there's the person who tosses and turns for 6 hours, and then has to get up in like 6 hours 15, and on the 6 hours 14th minute finally falls asleep, right? My dogs are definitely, the moment the head touches the pillow, kind of animals, because they really truly are constantly, it seems, you know, get up, snoring already, and you literally just got here and you are snoring like a concrete grinder. You know, it's... So yeah, I love them dearly, but not when they're doing this. So I need to do some more pin pressing, and I need to turn my pillow because I can't tell where the line is. As it is, I still can't really see it, but what I can do... Let's do that. There we go. Make sure I don't pull out pins that I shouldn't. Oh, as I say, cold hands. I can put them on lovely warm bits of dog, but then they seem to think you're giving them love and affection, which of course, you know, it's not a wrong thing. I mean, you know, I do love and affect, you know, I do feel love and affection for my dogs, but I just want to warm my hands up and put my cold hands on their warm bits. I can't explain this to them, however. So yes, I hope your week is going well, or has gone well, a bit more accurate. You want me to up on this bit of dog? Hello, bit of dog. Oh, you are toasty warm. Excellent. That's one hand warmed anyway. Oh, did I wake the little puppy? I own you. I want to put my cold hands on your warm bits. You are incredibly warm. Glorious. You're wondering why I'm putting cold hands on warm dog, aren't you? Yes. Oh dear. Why don't you put cold hands on this warm dog as well if you like? There you go. The other cold hand on that warm dog. That helps. Yeah, you don't look very impressed with the idea either. No. Well, I am, because you're nice and warm. In fact, you're both beautifully warm. My dogs are actually quite hot to the touch as a general rule. So they are like little hot water bottles. Only very and annoying. Yes. Yes. And have not had biscuit earlier. You did. Don't look at me with that tone of fur. To the bottom of the original area. So this is where edging needed some pins, because we will need pins. So as we go down the triangle, until we get to here, we have not used the maximum number of pins required. So each. Did I not just shorten this? Was this not was my imagination, or did I not just shorten this? I think I can go one more there. No. No. Arseholes. I screwed up the cloth stitch. Deep breath, deep breath. I so swear I checked. Don't remember having too many bobbins, which raises more questions, to be honest. See, that was not the one that I wanted to pull out. The only problem with these pins is you can't always be sure that you pulled the right one out. That's the one I wanted. You, of course, are growing again. I also now need to check what happened here is reasonable because where's here? I need you two, and I need to undo you and put a pin in. Actually, that's not true. It's not the pin I need either. Goes in there. You then. I don't want to take you out. I want to take you out. Although I took you out before I got to the corner. Oh well. should have happened is you were not part of it. You need to go from there. See, that's not right either. Which means I screwed up before this. Likely then here, for there is no ad. And really, somewhere in this bottom of my pile of bits, confident. Shit, I thought there was a pile of elastic bands in there. Crap. I thought I had all of those little elastic bands in the bottom of there. But apparently I don't. Which means I've hidden them. They're not in there. And they're not in that, and they're not there. I really thought they were in there. I only need one. Is there not one in here? I could have sworn I had. There is one in here. I was going to say, I could have sworn I had. Because, my dear Bobbin, you're being infinitely irritating and constantly undoing, I'm going to attack you with an elastic band. What I was saying before I noticed all this crap is that when I do this, obviously, depending on whether I'm on a zig or a zag, I either have 5 on the go, well, 5 pairs and the worker on the go, or 3 pairs and the worker on the go. And I actually honestly believe that there is a way to make it so that it is consistently always 4. So this is 4, but I'm about to throw a pair away and pick up 4 the other side. So this kind of works out, but with the 5 one, you add, work all the way across, you've got 5 and take one away. I've got a feeling I can take one away before. Oh, for fuck's sake, stop yawning. I get really annoyed with this because, as you know, is that it's not that I'm tired, not at all. I just get the yawns, and I know how rude it is, and I wouldn't want to watch someone yawning at me. To be honest, I'd be pretty mad. So, you know, from that point of view, I don't want to be yawning. But it's also, as you all know, when you're yawning, there's not a lot you can do to stop it, because it's your brain telling you you're not getting enough oxygen. Well, I am. I can assure you, I'm not, suffering shortage of, here. I'm not being smothered by a dog, so it's normally in cold weather it's less common because the oxygen portion of the air is significantly higher, which is why, for example, if you go running in winter, you can often do better because the air density of oxygen is, it's not ridiculously higher, but it is higher. As a result, then, as you run in the winter, hang on, just counting. You can take more oxygen in per volume. As I said, I'm really sorry. Optician's appointment. There's something else on my list I'll never get around to doing in a hurry. So I apologise for the 9 millionth time for constantly yawning at you, but apparently that's what my brain's in the mood for, and I'm not getting a lot of say in the matter. So, and I do realise that it is insanely rude of me. See, I didn't twist something I should have twisted. Oh. 8 inch tench. I apologise to you greatly, for I have the yawns again, and they are chronic. So, the thing is I don't feel tired. My brain's just yawning. It's you know, it's like waking up and having a sore bit and not knowing why because you didn't do anything. It's my brain is yawning and I have no excuses for it. It's not even warm in here. My hands are cold. And I mean, they're not as cold as they were because I warmed them up on the dogs, but it's not warm in here. I'm not quite sure why it feels cold in here, because usually on a Friday afternoon it feels too hot in here. So I'm not quite sure what happened with that. She says checking her heating. It's 18 degrees. So yeah, no excuse for it. But here we are. So, you know, there I am, yawn to yawn, 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 yawn. So all I can do is apologise. because I wouldn't want to sit and listen to someone yawning all the time. Outside or in? Hang on. Hey, not to count. Outside is 3 degrees. Hey, Silknan, how you doing? Welcome to Friday. I have. Ooh. So, what have you been learning? After all. Oh, well, yeah, 58 streaks ahead of me then. I did show on stream yesterday, and I can do it again now if you like. It is not Blender worthy, and frankly, it's pretty poo, but I am working on something for the stream, so it is relevant, even though it's not lace making. So, let me fire up the thing in question and get hold of it. There you go, opening. Give it a few seconds to open, because you know how computers are these days. So busy doing everything that they don't do anything. Have you noticed that the faster our computers get, the slower they are at starting things? Because we go, oh, we can add more stuff now. Yeah. You can do that. That's definitely within remit. My social things are at the bottom of my about page. Feel free to pick one and send me it on one of your choice. I am very much open to that. And if, of course, you accidentally send me porn, I may block that. But other than that, let me show you. Well, yeah, I can see your computer could feel a little upset by that. But you know, when you're feeling brave and you sorted yourself out, feel free to send. So let me show you this. Let me set up OBS to show you it, because well, that's a thing. Click. There you go. So it doesn't look like much. Now I need to explain a little bit. I did not make little girly here, nor did I make the dog. The dog came pre-animated, she did not. So what you're about to witness is of my making. Oh, and the environment she lives in. So let me quickly give you a tour of where she lives. This is her sitting room. It's the editor, I can walk through walls, by the way. So this will be her bathroom / bedroom, and this is her kitchen. Right. So it's not very exciting, and we haven't got very far. And I need to point out, I really haven't got very far. But let me show you the animations. Mainly concentrate on her, but this is what I have done so far. They need some adjustments, I will warn you now. Oh, did I I turned off her thing. Oh, I'm a stupid cow, I turned off her thing. Hang on. Let me try that again. Oh no, there she goes. So she bends down and touches her toes a couple of times and gives her back a little bit of a stretch by doing some swingy things. And then she buggers off because she's got to go and get a drink. So, I mean, this is not the end animation. This is just me making animations to use along the way. So that's what I've been up to. It does need some work, don't get me wrong, I am very aware of that. But I am not an animator, I am not arty in any way, shape or form. So the fact that she can sit down and she can actually stand up and sit down rather than just stand up, which is all you really see her do. So she can stand up, she can sit down, she can walk, she can bend down and touch her toes a tad too enthusiastically, which... Let me show you, send you this. Actually, because I can't spell even my own name, let me go to the website and get the link and stop being a spanner and trying to spell it. Hang on. Grab this. So, I would not animate generally because, well, I suck. There is no kind of way of putting it. I'm terrible. I mean, I can see how things move, but like I said the other day, there are certain bits like shoulders that my brain knows how they work, but cannot see how to represent on a piece of paper. And animation can be very, very similar to that, in that I find it very, very difficult to picture that if, for example, I'm standing still and I want to step over something, it's not just lift up left leg, put it over, because you'll fall over. You've got to adjust the weight. Cascadeur handles a lot of that for you. It uses techniques to adjust the rest of the body to make the movement you're trying to do more realistic. Now, it doesn't mean that you can't do unrealistic things. It doesn't mean that you can't, I don't know, have, her arms half Nelsoned up the back and perform, some major feat of acrobatics. Of course you can. But it does try and let you move limbs and twist the body and keep them in a more relative kind of thing. And so if you do pick up the foot to move it, it even almost puts the hands up by default to balance it. Now, obviously, there are times when you do not want this to happen, and there are things you can do to stop that. But but you then kind of go, I want to get here, get to here. These bits move, these bits, these bits should kind of stay in rotation, these bits shouldn't. And it does make it a lot easier. I'm not going to pretend that I am Picasso, but I animated that, and the animations that I did there, so the sit, the bend, the twist, and the walk. The walk was the hardest, because there's kind of more moving parts. Because, for example, touching your toes, well, you're bending off and put your hands down a bit. Twisting, lift arms, twist upper body, as is. Ta-da! Right, we're not talking... I am planning on having patting a dog and pouring a drink, but again, that's kind of one arm. Maybe she'll hold the drink, so it's two. Maybe I'll feel generous of that. But it is that kind of... It makes it practical because you can sit there and poke around with it, and then once you're done with it, put it in the environment and see what happens. I mean, to be honest, I could show you how I would adjust the touchy toe one. Mostly I'd add a few frames for the going down to the toe section, so she moves a lot slower. But I need to stop her hands going through the floor, so I'd have to, adjust her hands for the duration of being on the floor. But it's really not that hard. I mean, like everything, it uses its own keys for things, and, what works here doesn't work in that app over there, and you know, all those kind of things that, well, the main reason I hate Blender, to be honest, is because it's not got the key codes I'm used to. But I did find that Cascadeur's kind of fairly easy to pick up. There are an awful lot of options in it, and I mean a lot of options in it, and a lot of complications that I probably will never appreciate. But it does mean that I can sit there and go, if I want to do a very specific motion, such as patting the dog on the head or stroking the dog on the top of the head, I can achieve that. Will it look good? Probably not. But will it look acceptable? Close enough. As I say, I am aware that the touching of the toes is a tad over enthusiastic and her hands go through the floor. I'm also aware for the twisty thing, she ain't putting no effort in that and it's not really helping. So I need to up my game with that a bit. But again, that's doable by reducing a bit of the frames, by making a twist maybe a little bit more, by, you know, there are just ways to make it look a little bit more enthusiastic without going totally nuts. And, you know, I find it really easy to work with, and so wholly recommend. Absolutely recommend that. Just because it is quite a practical way of looking at it. It's not, you know, it's not overly complicated. Well, it can be, but they've hidden the kind of overly complicated bits so that you have to, not that you have to dig hard to get to them, but that you can take a more simplistic view to it and still get good results. And in one of their videos, they actually show how to replicate real life movement by you import a video and then you almost stop at keyframes and line your model up with it, and it pretty much works it out along the way. So, you know, obviously you've got a number of key points so that it doesn't kind of go the wrong way around, but you know, you can have it doing a backflip, you can have it doing some really high spinny martial arts kick. You can do that and it's actually not as painful as it could be. I mean, if I tried to do that in Unity, I would have to do each keyframe and move each thing individually, and yes, you can do it, but you have to move each thing individually. You can't move an arm as a whole. Hello, I relate to that issue, the fuck this shit kind of moment, and frankly, you know, it can burn for all I care kind of moment. That pin's in the wrong place. What are you doing there? That's not right somehow. You're one pin hole out, that's why. There we go. You're supposed to be in there. Let's tension everybody down. That looks a bit better. Well, I have no artistic ego, so I have nothing to prove. However, I absolutely 100% relate to the I'm so sick of this shit not working, I just want to burn it, my house, my life, and go and live as a hobo on an island somewhere, right? I have done that, and indeed, if you go and find that little video of me sewing up the green square, this is exactly where I was at. Burn it, everything. I'm never going to do this again. I never want to speak about it. I never want to hear about it. I'm going to disappear off the face of the earth. And frankly, you know, so I do understand. Let me show you briefly, because obviously this is not a thing. So let me run this. Right, you run this, and then play Find It with OBS. Open Why do I not see my touchy toes one? What did I do? Is that what I did? No. Oh well, this will do. Right. I can't find my touchy toe one. I've got the animation. Actually, I can import it. Hang on. Import FBX animations. Import touch toes. Right. This is not ideal because this is kind of not quite what I set up, but it'll do. It'll do. Let me run it first just to see what it's doing. Absolutely nothing. So that's no good to me whatsoever. So let's stop that. Hang on. Right. Back to here. Click on here. Properties. Now find that one. Hit that. Hit this. So this is Cascadeur, and is she set up? I think she is. Yes, she is. So, for example, it's right. I've been working in Unity, so I forgot now. I turn around, but there you go. So, for example, if I want her to bend over, I can press a spot, and I can change the thing. And I can say, I don't know, let's say we start her leaning, just checking that her arms are moving. Hang on. So let me also add, because I need to make sure I'm moving around the right axis. There you go. That's a bit better. So let's say I get to here, and I want to start dropping her arms down. So I can unclick that a sec. Her arm, and there is the big yellow thing. Oops, moved that, didn't mean to. And the big yellow thing, and then there's the little rings inside, so I can like drop her arms down like this, right? And then checking that I'm looking at the right one, because the little dots kind of hide. You click on them and they pull the child ones down, so I can drop her arm down like that. I should have started with her arms a little bit more to her side. But, for example, so she started in a T-pose, which is pretty bad, actually. Let me... That's interesting. See, her other arm's moving then. I don't know why her arm's moving. She should only be moving the one I'm pulling, surely. Yeah, I don't know quite why that one's moving. But, ignoring that for the moment. So... you can then say to it how you want it to move. Now, this is a step thing, so it will literally just move. But this is a Beezer thing. So if I do that, see, she kind of bends down to touch her toes. Well, that was it. That was me animating that. I mean, obviously, you wouldn't normally start out with a T-pose. But ignoring that, there you go. She then touches her toes. So, you know, to be honest, stop the animation. One of the easiest ways to achieve this is actually to undo all of that. Hang on. You'll see why in a minute. So, let me see if I can now just move one arm. No. Why is she moving two arms? I must be selecting something that I'm not realising. Hang on. Doesn't look like it. Am I on mirror or something? Oh, that's why. I don't want it mirrored, really. Can I rotate it now? Because, there we go, let's put her arms down. Right, so, her arm's not quite right, that arm's still a little bit weird. So, let's see if we can straighten that and move. Let's have a look. It's not that bad. So let's. For goodness sake, I'm holding the key, but it doesn't. sometimes have to unselect things. So hang on. I need to. I don't want that. I want. So I want that going back a little bit more like that. So there she is, she's standing, and she needs her wrist to come in a little bit more like that. It looks like she's doing something with her elbows there. Never mind, anyway, it's close enough. Easiest way to do a two-way process, of course, is you add a keyframe at the other end. You add one keyframe here. You then make the adjustments that you want. So, like we did last time, we shall click all of those and that, and bend her over like this, so she's kind of bending over, and then go for just her arms, and I need to be on global because that's just annoying. So there's it. That's coming round. The only problem is sometimes you can't tell which direction it is. There you go. So she's putting her arm down like that, and then this arm down a bit like that. She could do with being a bit further down, really, couldn't she? So let's have a little bit further over like this. Now she's not entirely straight, but it's kind of good enough. And then let's say you add another keyframe, so she stays where she is for ages, and then you add the little magic doodies like this. So if I hit go, she bends down kind of to touch her toes. Look, we are not talking difficult. It is quite a practical tool to use. So with that in mind, highly recommend, because as you can see, you just grab your model and you say, right, you know, bend here, do this, and it kind of tries to keep the body in a reasonable shape. I mean, if I actually go back to that, just checking you can actually see, because I do know how annoying these things are. And it's right, I missed my OBS window. Yep, you can see that. Oh, the fucking ads are running. Doesn't help that none of you ever say anything. There you go, you should be back from ads now, and I don't know how much of that you missed, but for example, if I just pick at her foot and I lift it up, her whole body changes and twists to make it more feedable. So it is a really good tool for that, and as I say, properly recommend that to assist with the whole process, just because, you know, it is quite a practical tool because it has some of that in it. I know Blender does not do that. Blender's very good, and don't get me wrong, it's a beautiful program, it's free, it's marvellous. But when you suck, like I do, Blender's too much. There's too much going on, and it's difficult. Whereas that is a dedicated tool for animation. And it means that even people like me can make an animation, which is a good thing. It makes it feel accessible. I won't say that I will ever make an animation I expect anyone else will ever want to use. You know, I'm not going to get rich from making animations, but at the same time, I can now make some trivial animations for myself without going completely nuts. So with that in mind, definitely recommend that. Yeah. So I hope that helps. And I hope you didn't miss it. But you probably did, so... Well, I mean, as I said, it's not, you know, I am not a skilled individual, but I do think it helps see the way things work a little bit for those of us who are maybe more challenged in that area. And the fact that it works, and as I said, I never expect any of my animations, you know, I'm not going to be the on, you know, and on the BAFTAs, we have nominated Liz Kimber for her animation of, right, never going to be happening, right? But does it mean I can make some animations for my games? Does it mean I can make, like I'm planning, effectively a little, I won't call it a movie, but it's going to be a thing to show my stream when the ads are running. So the idea is that it is the reminder to get up and stretch, go and get a drink, go and have a pee, you know, do all those things, pat your dog, say hello to the kid, whatever, right? And basically ignore the Twitch adverts. And, you know, it is that for those of us who are still here, but also you've got to remember I record this and it goes up on YouTube. So, well, as a result of that, they don't get the Twitch ads. They don't know what we're talking about. They don't see that. And so to have a little advert that kind of, I mean, the plan is she'll have a TV and it will come up with, like, you know, there'll be a little bit of a video. I'll probably even nick one of my own videos, a little chunk on it on her TV. And then I'll put up, like, the Twitch logo with the word ads written on it. And because it's not, I'm not going to do a sound thing. I've got a hideous voice. We won't be doing that. But, you know, it means that I can then show, you know, take a break, go and do this. You know, the stream is stopping for the advert break. And, you know, all pauses and all the rest of it are as a result. And then she'll come back, sit down, and it'll be the 3 minutes that the advert break was kind of running. She'll have a drink. She'll have, the Twitch adverts will say now back to, you know, your usual schedule kind of thing. And that was my plan, to have just this little animation for that, so it helps, you know, make it a bit more fun. I, of course, can also potentially use her to do other things. So, you know, maybe put a clock on the wall, and have it do the time and show, you know, oh, sit down and time to watch kind of like the program, you know, at the beginning of the stream, and then at the end, you know, roll the credits kind of deal, and you know, time for bed or whatever, right? It's something I can use to do more with, should my skills and ability and motivation provide. I am very much struggling with motivation at the moment. I was explaining this to my co-worker, is that, you know, I've got a list of things to do, and it's not that I don't want to do them. I just have a list of things. I mean, for example, I finally got around, I got a reminder for my car insurance yesterday, and I phoned up the dude, because he's a friend of the family, and kind of like, question for you, blah, 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 blah. I was chatting to him, found out that you can't insure a car that is not roadworthy in this country, which kind of seems a bit weird, because you know, there are thousands of very rich people who put cars in garages and don't drive them, so surely you can, but apparently you can't. Well, I think you can, but should anything happen to it, if it's not roadworthy, then, well, they won't pay out, so you're kind of wasting your money. I'm pretty sure they'll take your money. But I was talking to him, and, you know, come to the conclusion, I need to repair my car, because I don't fancy selling it, and I really do potentially need a car for the dog, should one of them do anything to the other one, or something happen to them, or, you know, they're ill, and taxis generally won't take pets. And it's nothing against taxis, because, you know, what if the next person's allergic? What if, you know, you don't need any of that in your life? And if the dog's ill, well, it might puke or crap or vomit or, you know, all over the inside of your taxi. You certainly don't need none of that. And, you know, so I do understand their point of view, but obviously it means that I can't, you know, reliably know that I can get to the vet if I don't have a car. So I've got to repair my car, especially if I can't insure it. I was going to leave it, but, you know, I'm going to have to repair my car. Didn't really want to. So I was going to phone the garage. Well, it's 4 o'clock on a Friday afternoon, and I knew that yesterday, and I slammed done it. Yet, I remember Googling the garage to get the number. What I can't tell you is why I didn't ring it. Now, I know he's not open on Mondays, so there's no point ringing him on Monday, but it's that kind of, this is where I'm at, is I know I go to start to do things. It's alright, Rory. It's alright, little man. And then I realised I haven't done it. Yeah, I meant to. I put the things out to, I got the things ready to, and then I didn't. And I can't tell you why I didn't. I just didn't. So yeah, I'm very much struggling with achieving things at the moment. So the fact that I've made those animations, even if they do suck a bit, is quite a miracle. Because it was an idea I had earlier this week, and I've made that. I mean, again, it is no work of art, but it's still mine. I did it. And for me, that's pretty good. So from that point of view, you know, I'm pleased with it. I've still got more work I want to do to it. I want to make a kitchen cupboard to look a little bit more cupboardy. I want to find a bit more of a carpet texture for a carpet. You know, as I say, I wanted to pat the dog and pour a drink, so I'll need something to have a drink from, somewhere to get the liquid from. Need to put a sink in the kitchen. Really want to put a toilet in the bathroom. Haven't decided whether it's bathroom and bedroom or just a bathroom, because after all, it does seem to be a three-room house. We will not look into that too closely. So with all of those things in mind, it's not that I'm, you know, I have some ideas, but the moment I actually sit down to do it, for the most part, I just look at it and kind of go, oh, I'll watch telly. But I'm not even watching telly. I haven't turned my telly on for over a year. I'll mooch on YouTube. I'll have something up on Twitch. And time has passed. And it's almost like I pass out sitting up kind of thing. And time passes and, oh look, it's midnight. I better go to bed. And I've no idea what I've done with my evening. I can't tell you a single thing I've done with it other than time has passed. and this is not a good thing, that's for sure. So I do want to do a lot more with my potential animation. I think it has the potential to be a little fun thing for the channel. But only potentially, you know? So I've got this really annoying woman in my ear. I was watching a stream of someone doing something I enjoy, and they've stopped and they've started doing something else, which is fine, you know. It's their stream, they're allowed to do what they like on it. But she is... Oh, Silver of Dragon. I really thought he was Finnish. I do apologise. I could have sworn he was from Finland. But to be honest, I am not good at languages, and so it's all just wibbles to me. I can do a small, exceptionally small, modicum of German. But one of the things that, and I've said this a lot in my adult life, I have a friend who works in a school, and she worked with children you might call window lickers. Those who were not interested, potentially had a medical reason for it. Quite a few of them did not have a medical reason for it. They just were little shits, right? And she was in classes with these children. And the lady who ran the school that she was at was making them do the standard education for secondary schools. They were secondary school age children, to be fair. Naughty Celt, you're up! But it's... However, I don't know if Naughty Celt speaks Welsh. This lady raised a very valid point with her, because the headmistress, bear in mind, they're in a school, they're in a British school, and the headmistress of the school was trying to make them learn French, I think it was, right? And I said, I had exactly the same problem with my school. Everyone must do an additional language. That's great. But at age 14, 15, when you're doing your exams over, well, when you're studying to do the, when you're 16-year-old kind of exams, you've picked your subjects, off you go. You are making me pick a foreign language. Now, I don't disagree that it would be a really good thing to use. I am in the cat sat on the mat class for English, for I misspell my own name, for I still put capital letters in the middle of words. Don't you really think I should be studying more about English first than trying to learn yet another language when I can't even do the one I use every single day? And she agreed with me that the kids, especially, the window licking kind, it's stupid to expect them to learn a second language when they're struggling with the one that they use every single day. Now, if you come from a dual lingual home, it would make some sense to potentially, do an exam in the language of home, because obviously that is the language that you are speaking on a primary level. Whereas, obviously, while you live in England, and everyone else, likely, give or take a bit, speaks English, so you kind of really need both. But for those of us who are struggling with English and are English and only deal with English, can you not just let us get English right first? And she was absolutely in agreement with me in that it feels stupid. And I do envy people who can do languages. And to an extent, it's not that I could not, because I'm not stupid. The problem for me is that if I'm sufficiently poor at mine, the one that I use, it is not a strong base point for me to learn someone else's off. See, I knew you would, right? I was right, even if it's only a bit. But it is one of those things. Is that I have the intelligence to learn another language. What I don't have is the foundation in English that many of you do, right? So, for example, many of you would talk things like punctuation and grammar. No, I was not. Why was I not? Because I still couldn't actually spell the word on the sheet of paper. So telling me whether it's a noun, a verb, an adjective, fucking whatever else there is out there, because I know that there are some really complicated ones. I know this because I was looking at a how to learn Latin book. Idle curiosity, it was free. Day 1, you learn he sort of thing, okay? Right. Day 2, does, okay? Day 3, see. It was something like he was a sailor or something, right? And then they referred to the post-pronoun subjunctive, and I'm kind of going, I don't even understand what you said in English, love. How am I supposed to know what it means in Latin? and it is a genuine thing. If your English is not good enough, you are going to struggle to use it as a base to learn another language. And when it comes to programming languages, it's exactly how you learn yet another programming language. You know what you know, and you kind of write a little routine in your head, converting from what you know to what you don't. You've been told will work with the new. And it becomes more and more favoured and ingrained, and you forget that somewhere deep down, once upon a time, you had a little checklist that said, in my favourite language that is the one that I know best, I do this to do that. Well, to do it in the new language, I need to convert it to work like this. And so, I don't know, I envy people who can do languages, because I think it is, I would like to, did I add one there? I don't think I did. Hang on. Calculation in progress, hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, I did. No, I can't have done. That's because you are out. Yeah, you are out. 2, 3, 4. I didn't add one. I need to add you. So yeah, I do definitely envy those who are multilingual. Well, fortunately for me, Nauticout's on the time zone I am, so despite being across the border, they are in the same time zone I'm in, so I have this advantage. Tenchi, of course, is stateside, and so yes, Eastern Standard Time. But it is, I don't, yeah, I mean, we do occasionally learn things just because our brains go, hey, I want to do that. Hello, what do you think I'm doing? Even my brain did not wake up and go, hey, let's make a net curtain. Ooh. Well, I'm sure Nauticout would trade places with you for a week. You might have to. You might have some friends though. Yeah, it's a bit of an in joke. Sorry. I am actually, well, geographically, I'm not hugely far away from Nautical. Getting to him probably would be a bit more complicated, but technically, as the crow flies, I am not as far away from Nautical as I could be. I am the British side of the Welsh border, so you see, I probably live nearer your friend than than anybody else. So, I mean, I was born in Somerset, which is below Wales, and a very similar kind of environment. Well, you say that. Lots of people will find it is true, though. There are, isn't that often the truth? I mean, there is a thing, right? We're all a little guilty of it, is that, there are places around the world that you sit there and go, oh, I'd really like to go there. Oh, it's so beautiful. New Zealand, for example. New Zealand looks absolutely outstanding. But is it? Is it really? Going to visit somewhere and living somewhere are definitely very different things. And, there are some downsides of living in a more remote area. Now, as a younger person, I tried desperately, and I mean, you have no idea, desperately, to go to Scotland. I never made it. I tried for years. I even had a paid up holiday for Scotland. Every year, something happened. To the point, the year that I had the paid up holiday, I had my car accident, and fair enough. Well, I'm sure Nautical and I could find you a mental institution to take up residence in. If you're going to lose your marbles, that's fine. I'm sure there's plenty of those around somewhere. It is, as long as you like rain, you better like rain. Now, my ex-husband is obsessed with Ireland. It's just a bit. You'll be all right in Wales then. But it is one of those things, is that there are places you look at and go, oh, I really want to go there. And then there are places you look at and go, I do not want to go. And for example, part of me says Australia is a really nice place. And I know some people in Australia. I wouldn't mind visiting. What I would mind is the fact that every single animal in the entirety of Australia is trying to kill you. They're all hyper poisonous, big monsters. I mean, they've got spiders like the size of this lace pillow. Spiders! I can barely cope with small ones. I tell you now, if a spider the size of my lace pillow walked in here, I'd leave it the keys and run. You can have it. I'll sign the deeds over. It's not a thing, right? So it is that kind of frustration, is that there are some really nice places, and sometimes you're put off by what you see in the media, sometimes you're inspired by what is in the media, because obviously, for example, sorry Florida, but you think of Florida, everyone thinks of Disneyland, everyone thinks of great vacations. What people don't tell you is that some people are sun lovers, some people are, I love snow. Oh, screw mosquitoes. I was thinking of the Crocs, but because I didn't realise that there's loads of signs up around Disney going, do not go here because of the crocodiles, you will be eaten. It is, you can get a false impression. Now, as a British person, we arguably have incredibly bland weather. We do not get tornadoes. We do not get earthquakes. We do not have volcanoes. And for all the Brits going, but we do get earthquakes. We are not on a fault line. Any earthquakes we get are just not worth the mention. Half the time it could be a truck going by your house. We do not suffer properly from earthquakes. We don't get tsunamis. We don't get... we get floods because, well, we're stupid. But, I live in the county that in 2007 made global news for flooding. Because, well, we did pretty damn well. Well, and that's fair, but most of England, and I am being very specific with England, is nowhere near one. You are reasonably near a fault, but you're not on it. We're not America. We didn't build build on the San Andreas fault and then wonder why half the town disappears each time it kicks off. Egypt's no better, by the way. For those who are unaware, Egypt Cairo dammed the Nile. Yeah, you see, I have a problem with that. I have, if I am travelling in a serviceable aircraft, for which, obviously, I would like to think I got on a serviceable aircraft. If, James Bond style, somehow it is crashing into a mountain, I will happily jump out the side of it. Choices and all that. However, if it is going to land back down in like half an hour, I'll wait. You see, that's my luck. I could, lose a finger opening a pizza box, right? I do not need to be jumping out of a serviceable aircraft. Should the aircraft not be serviceable and plummeting into volcanoes, mountains, sea, leaping out of it, maybe I get better choices. We'll find out. I'm prepared to leap at that point. But if it's going to land in, 10 to 30 minutes time, or even an hour's time, frankly, I'll wait. It's good. I'll land. I have no need to throw myself out at great height and run the risk of not opening parachute and fumbling around like a bozo, shitting yourself, turning in, freezing to a brick and impacting the ground. There are some things in life that I will happily do. I would happily try driving a car really, really fast around a racetrack. Because if I want to slow down, I'll be driving it. I could do that. Leaping out of an aircraft, you can hardly stop because it didn't feel good, Once you've leapt, it's too late. You have to see it through. And I do not have a fear of heights. I really don't. Not a problem. I do have a fear of the splat at the bottom. It's not the falling. Really have no problem with falling. It is the splat at the bottom. And I am very specific on that. And you may blame my father partly for it. For, of course, his favourite phrase is it's not the fall that kill you, it's the sudden stop at the bottom. But of course, the man is right. The actual fall, other than maybe the shock, generically does not kill you. And I fully relate to this. And if I feel safe, I can peer out of a window. I'm scared of needles, don't get me wrong. No, needles can bugger off. Yeah. I'm scared of needles too, and I am really quite the kissing cat in a basket level of violence when it comes to needles. I have to, when I go to hospital, I have to warn them that I am excessively, uncontrollably, bad. I relate to that. Now, I've had a few medical issues over my time. I've had cancer twice, a car accident where I ended up with a metal pulpit in my leg, which had to be removed later. And I had to have my nose straightened because, well, in the car accident, I bent it in half. Well, here in the UK, we have what's known as the BCG. Everybody gets one. Well, I say everybody, unless you react badly, which means you've already had it, you get a BCG. Now, when I say you've already had it, you've had the thing that you're being injected against. And do you know what? I can't even honestly tell you what BCG is for, right? I probably could if I really think about it. It's not rubella and mumps and measles and all that. That's the MMR that people get these days. I didn't get those as a kid. I really didn't. Why not? Because I reacted to... That's the one. But when I was a kid, while there is now the MMR vaccine, which is a single job, when I was up, because I'm an old fart, you got loads of different injections at various points when you were a kid. I mean, you get more now, to be fair, I believe, but they also protect you for a lot more. And I do think that some of it is related to that, is that you have injections at quite an early age. Well, apparently as a very small baby, so they do some injections here when you're like, a handful of months old kind of thing. And I'm not a mother, so I can't tell you what they are, but I do know that they do them, right? And I know... Happy birthday! Oh, well, naughty Kel. Happy birthday, my friend. Oh, thank you for coming to see me on your birthday. No, I'm honoured. I'm very honoured. Well, possibly by your standards, but, because I think you are the youngest in the room. I think that's possibly safe. I mean, age is just a number, dear. Age is just a number. But the only reason my oldness comes into the account here is that as a baby, well, probably. I'll be 53 this year. I make no odds about it. But, when it doesn't seem that long ago I was the youngest in the room. So, really, it does happen up a bit on you fast. But when I was a kid, they used to give babies, like, I know, let's say it was a mumps thing. 16 was one of my better years. Worry not. But when I was a baby, they gave you mumps and rubella and German measles and a few other things, right? And when my mother took me for my first shots. I reacted so badly. wouldn't say that in the UK when you could learn to drive. I didn't add one. I'm an idiot. Yeah, at 17 you can learn to drive here, so. Okay. Most UK people would give a body part to learn to drive, so I certainly did. Well, I certainly would have done. I learned to drive at 17, and it was the only decent birthday presents my ever got me. Yep. You can learn to drive at 17, and my 17th birthday included a driving lesson. I was so happy. It's the best thing my parents ever did. I was. Yeah. Not something I can relate to, but I mean, I was a push pedal cyclist for years, so yeah, essentially it's kind of weird because part of the reason they don't like us doing driving, I mean, you can learn to drive, so it's not true that you can't learn to drive before 17. You can. I know children as young as 8 years old who've been taught to drive, but you can only drive on private land in vehicles that have been, you know, that you can't drive on the road, and you will never get insurance. And to be honest, you can hard to get insurance at 17 these days, even if you have learned to drive. So we don't do that, and part of the reason for that is for legal reasons. Is that at 17, you are very shortly to become a full adult in this country. You are legally entitled to do pretty much everything you like, or everything that's allowed. Yeah, brains that do that are generally not a good plan to be driving, but I have to admit, I do dread when someone I know learns to drive. Yeah, but, you know, over here, part of the reason for the I won't say lateness, but for the age, is that you are very close to becoming an adult. And if you are going to be in a position where you are wheeling a ton of metal that could kill people, including yourself, they want you to be responsible. They want you to be fairly responsible for it. And for the most part, a lot of people take about a year's worth of tuition to learn to drive sufficiently well to pass their test. Yeah, my ex-husband has that problem. They don't like him very much either. So you're not alone on that one. But yeah, that's why we don't learn to drive earlier. It also stops the rich idiots turning up to school in very expensive cars. 1, 2, 3, 4. I shouldn't laugh, sorry. I've done equally stupid things, just not necessarily that specific one. So, you know, I'm really in no position to be, you know, lording it over you on that one. So, you know, seriously. The advantage that people like myself have is that when we did that kind of dumb shit, there were no mobile phones and constant cameras everywhere to capture it. So we can lie about all the dumb shit we did because no one was, you know, either half the people aren't around to remember or there was no proof, you know. I mean, to be fair, it also meant that if you did something way cool, there was no one around, there was no proof of that either, but, you know. Yeah. It is a good thing to have been around at a time when not everyone was armed with a camera. and being made to remember phone numbers so that you know, in case you got into trouble and needed to call for a parent or for you know, someone to come and get you, or you walked around like a walking phone book of you know, you were a dictionary of phone numbers. Well, you found this number for your dad, and this one for your mother, and this one for the doctor, and this one for Auntie so and so. It is, to an extent. You know, it is a good reminder of the stupid things that we either have done or tried to do, perhaps, depending on how well it went. I spent, you can't see it now, I'm not quite sure why, but until, for a good, at least into my 30s, it looked like I had a dog bite on the back of my leg. Wasn't. It was the pedal from my bicycle as a kid that constantly bit me on the back of the leg to the point I had scars. So, yeah, you'd think I'd have something against bicycles, but I actually don't. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You come out. So, yeah. Yeah. I know those days. What's wrong with you? Nothing. You're limping? Yeah. What happened? Shut up. Due to the age you learn to drive, you generally are in what's known as the sixth form here in the UK. You generally, when you learn to drive, you're in the sixth form, and as a pedal cyclist, my friends had gone ahead and I was pedaling to catch up, cycling down the road, minding my own business, and this miserable cow in a obviously in her mum's Mini, as a learner, pulled out, knocked me over, drove over me. Oh, I've got... dude, with you on that. I have no sense of balance. It is actually, I consider it a true miracle I can stand up. Which was why when I did karate, I had so many problems. And I don't have a sense of balance. I cannot stand on one leg. And so many times in karate, to demonstrate things, they'd go, right, well, lift your leg up, and then... you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, you lift your leg up, right, and then extend your leg forwards, 1, 2, dude, I'm already on the floor. I've hit the deck 6 times since you started this conversation. Can we not? Especially when it was round kicks, it would be leg up to the side, and then make sure you've got your foot pointing this way and your knee pointing that way, and you'd be going, bitch, I've fallen over 6 times, can we get on with this? Right, now rotate on the foot you're standing on. I'm standing on it. This foot ain't moving nowhere, dude. The foot is planted. There is, like, on my way on this foot, it is not moving. Then extend your leg. Dude, I still haven't managed to successfully lift my leg from the first stage yet. Okay. Right, now retract your leg, bend your knee again, and then take your leg back to the side. Dude, no. I cannot do it that slowly. I've either got to do it in one go and basically hope, fling and pray that I don't kind of go with it, or not at all. Those are the choices. I cannot do it in stages without something to hold on to. And yeah, I have absolutely no sense of balance. And when I bust my knee, the physiotherapist, oh, well, of course, you're hypermobile. No. Well, yes, you are. What, because I can touch my toes? Well, no, but because... No, I am not hypermobile. I am stiff. My back is almost a solid board. I cannot lean backwards. I am not hypermobile. They were convinced I was hypermobile because A, this was their speciality, And like a lot of things, once you know things and you know what to look for, you see it everywhere you go. Secondly, because if you stand with your feet shoulder width apart and lift one leg, she told me you should not have to rebalance over the other leg. Well, first of all, if my feet had been together underneath me, I might have said vaguely feasible. But if you've got an A-shaped thing, so head here, body, legs coming out, kind of not literally this angle, but an angle, and you take this one away, it's gonna fall over because the weight all above it, not according to her. And so as a result, she wanted to reteach me to stand. Now that sounds concerning, my friend. 1, 2, 3, 4.5. Why do I keep doing and a half? Well, what is wrong with me? Why do I keep only doing 4.5, not 5? You need to find the Bicycle Protection League. That's what you need. Well, here in the UK, they recently imposed a new driving rule, which is that you must pass cyclists leaving a metre gap. Now, as someone who's been a cyclist, pretty much, I'm with you on those, but they've introduced this, you can't pass a cyclist closer than a metre without being against the rules. And as I say, I've been on both ends of the stick. It is not unreasonable because, especially if you're driving at considerable speed, so 30 mile an hour, it's not so bad. Anything more than that, it really does matter. But what there seems to fail to take into account are all the cyclists who skim down the inside of your cars. I was in a car once and we were in kind of it wasn't a traffic jam, but there was a bit of a hold up. It was nothing exciting. And it was kind of, it's a bit unusual, you know. Wonder why this is. Well, and that's part of the reason. It's very hard to not wobble a bit on a bicycle, so you do need the space, which is why I really do believe a metre is not an unrealistic amount of space. However, what they fail to take into account are all the cyclists who, when there's stationary traffic at the traffic lights, bomb down the inside. Well, when you're setting off, the only kind of thing you really need to be worried of when you're in a big pile of cars is the car in front and the car behind, surely. You check on the outside for motorcyclists. Checking the inside for when you are not a metre from the curb shouldn't need to be a thing because, well, there's got to be a metre, right? Somehow, it's a bit like a lot of things. It's, if you do it, it's got to be a metre. If I do it, no, it doesn't. I'm sorry? Surely the cyclists should not try and pass through a gap that is will give them less than a metre clearance. Because, well, they're the ones who wanted this shit. Surely they don't mind adhering to that then. Yes, they do. A lot of cyclists, like always, not all of them, a lot of cyclists in the UK seem to feel that traffic lights are optional for them. And I remember driving my car, I think to the vet, to be honest, but I was going in that direction, so I might as well have been going to the vet. I was first in the lights at the traffic lights by where I work, and it's a big crossroads, and at the time, and this is important, both roads were 60-mile-an-hour speed limit. Now, obviously, traffic lights, you're stationary. A cyclist comes up the insides, does not stop, keeps going straight across. Now, I need to point out, this is basically 2 lanes each side of the road as a crossing. So it's quite a wide crossing. It's not, 1 lane each way. It is 2 lanes. And in fact, in 2 places, it's 3 lanes. Actually, it's 3 lanes there too. So there's there's 2 lanes coming in, say, this way, 3 lanes going that way, 3 lanes coming this way because one's supposed to turn right. 2 lanes this side. This is now 3 as well, so this goes from 3 to 3. This is 3 to 2 with 1 peeling off to go around the corner. It's a small peel off and 1 going that way, 3 coming that way. Yeah, 3 coming this way. And 3 coming this way, 1 going that way, right? So lots of lanes. So it's quite a big square in the middle. The cyclist has to breach to do her flee, which she was doing. And this girl on a push bike, as I say, the lights are red in my direction, and they have been for a while. Admittedly, there were no obviously oncoming vehicles, but at 60 mile an hour, they could appear quite quickly, because it isn't like a freeway stroke motorway where you got tons of visibility. It's kind of windier roads. And then I realised it's someone I know's daughter. And I'm sitting there with a web, I've got a dash cam, and potentially, should something have happened to her, the front row seat of watching this girl who I know get creamed into the tarmac. And I spoke to her mother about it afterwards. I kind of went, you do know that she does that? And she goes, oh, does she? Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's probably not wise. But I do it. Oh, for fuck's sake. Yeah. As far as I know, well, and this is the thing, right? Part of being young is doing some dumb, stupid stuff. It's how you learn, right? It's also how you test your boundaries in life to find out what you enjoy, how far you can go with things. I mean, for example, I can still do the splits. It's about the only thing I can do of any interest, but I can still do the splits. I am not a skinny, fit person. But I know this because, well, I tried. Now, so we all do some dumb things and find out that maybe that wasn't a good idea. We all do, did we drive a bit too fast? Did we drive a bit too close? Did we? The answer is, to a lot of these things, yeah, we probably did. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But, going out, getting drunk, falling over, slipping out, tripping over a thing, deciding to try and balance on a wall when you're drunk. And this is it. While I understand doing dumb stuff to yourself, right? I understand the trying to balance on a brick wall while drunk out of your head to see if you can do it, because, well, you're drunk, you think you can do anything, right? Not that I drink, please understand. But I can understand those I have sober, and I was stone cold sober, and done cartwheels down the middle of a main road. So, I have done some stupid things, right? I didn't get caught, I got over it. I only ever did it the once. I do know a man who had wheelbarrow races in the outside lane of the M25. Well, and, you know, considering if you look at what's happened in America recently, these are the exact reasons why, right? While we don't tend to get forest fires in the UK, because, well, we're not that interesting, but I've never understood vandalism. So, graffiti, I don't really get that either, right? I mean, if, for example, a big building near you. Ooh, that's going to be expensive. That's going to be bad. We will resume after the ads. And that is the key thing sometimes, is that we can all do stupid stuff, but don't be too stupid, you know. Find a few boundaries, get a bit drunk, say a few things. This looks a bit weird. I've got a feeling. Yeah, you're supposed to be around that side, that's fine. As you've kind of said, though, is that being young is the time to be learning and making dumb mistakes. And there are dumb mistakes, and dumb mistakes, there truly are. But I've never understood why people graffiti things. So, in terms of, as I was going to say, if you have a big company near you who produce animal tested products, and, you know, animal cruelty is bad, don't think anyone kind of generically disagrees with that. Some people are more, well, it's sadly has to be part of the process. Other people are, oh my god, no. Did he put it back? That sounds kind of important. I mean, I'm not a radiator expert, but my radiator's kind of got all faculties. Hmm. I would not have been happy with that. Um, I would find that uncomfortable. Hang on. Hang on. I need to type something. Sorry, just need to type something in a window. But you know, I can understand that if you, you know, that people want to kind of like, I won't say I understand the graffiti side of it, but I do vaguely understand. How did this work in my head and then 2 seconds later does not work in my head? Anyway, it's alright, my brain's failing to compute. That's definitely wrong. My brain is definitely not making good on this, is it? Anyway, let's pretend that this made sense. Anyway, yeah, the you know, it is difficult. You know, so I can understand that people maybe want to go and in a form of protest want to point out to everybody that, you know, these people use animal testing and, you know, we disagree with that. Well, and I think that's part of the thing. There is, and I know while it's all comes under the one umbrella of graffiti, but there's graffiti and then there is unrequested art, let's put it that way. And as you say, the tags, the fuck yous, the, you know, that's not, I mean, it's a bit like the people who threw soup at the Mona Lisa because of oil. How's that going to make any difference? It's kind of a couple of 100 years too late on that. The boat sailed, right? Well, sometimes, as you say, there can be, you know, incredibly beautifully done, quote, graffiti that is I'm as long as it is proof of their stupidity, I'm all up for it. Frankly, I don't disagree with necessarily being careful with the resources of the planet, blah 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 blah. But throwing soup at the Mona Lisa is not helpful. Hang on, I need to read something that's come. be fair, that's true of nearly every single minority that has caused problems over the history of forever. While political stuff is a very sensitive subject, there are times when it can still be used as an example of not going about things in the right way. So, for example, over the last few years, it seems to have died off a bit now, hurrah, there was this big thing where too many people believed that all Muslim people were bad. They're not. Most of them are really nice people. But because of ISIS, Muslims got a bad name. Now, of course, they were a minority. They are not all Muslims. But, like everything, the mob mass mentality puts two words together, hears them within like 6 feet of each other, and comes up with 23 and goes nuts. And so it became to the point that people were threatening them just because of their religious belief. The fact that they were really nice people didn't seem to bother them. And the Just Oil people kind of fall into that category, is that I believe it's not wrong to be concerned about the resources of the planet and how it's handled and what we do to maybe extract or get at it, or what, the consequences of doing so may be. I am a little bit on the fence about global warming because, well, years and years ago, there were a thing called the Christmas lectures here in the UK, and in one of the Christmas lectures, the lecturer proved, well, bear in mind, England used to be a tropical rainforest, but we've also had times where the English Channel froze over. So getting hotter and colder is normal. And he actually proved that there is almost a circadian rhythm of the globe, because of the orbit is not perfect, that means that warmer and colder is actually very normal. And so the fact that, there have been ice ages, the fact that there have also been really hot times, but people get more quiet about those, and all of those kind of moments. I mean, the whole reason the UK has coal is because we were a tropical rainforest, and the plants that grew in the tropical rainforest died, formed the layer of stuff, and the coal was made. So we need to kind of take a bit of a reality check. I am happy to believe we are not helping, because I'm pretty sure we're not. But we are not the sole cause of this. And we have not changed the trajectory of the planet, and that we were due for a warmer phase. And lo, it is getting warmer. Although, interestingly, British winters seem to be getting colder. But it is impacting the weather. But again, that is arguably normal to an extent, and we do have all of these things. So the Just Oil people, I don't disagree with the right to say I feel you shouldn't use oil for things, just like vegetarians can say you should stop eating meat, and the vegans should say stop eating things like milk, and everyone has a right to believe whatever they believe. If you want to believe that little green fairies lived at the bottom of your garden, honey, you go do that. If that makes you happy, you go believe that, and I'll be happy for you. The problem comes with what they do about it and who they put out and hurt in the meantime. And destroying other things doesn't seem like a good way to put your point across. Now, years ago, it was quite a few years ago, petrol prices were high in the UK. They're fucking piss all compared to what they are now, but ignore that. And many truck drivers and commercial vehicles took to the motorways to drive at and fill them up as a protest to the petrol prices. Now, it was peaceful, it was fucking annoying, and it annoyed a lot of people. but it was arguably harmless. I'm sure there are some stories of people dying because vehicles couldn't get through, etc. I'm sure there's going to be a few. But for the most part, it was done in a relevant, so by using vehicles that would be primary users of petrol, because obviously commercial vehicles generally do more miles, you know, I think it possibly was your lot, but I'm not up for blaming or whatever, because to be honest, the point they had was fairly reasonable, and they went about objecting to it in a disruptive but non-violent and non-damaging way. Whereas the Just Oil people who throw things at priceless artifacts, glue themselves to things, are just annoying. And it becomes the point where all you remember is they're annoying. You almost don't remember what they were trying to be annoying about. So whether it's you can't have pink hair, whether it's, you know, stop killing animals, which I would totally agree with, I mean, if you want to accept it, I'm not going to stop you. But to be honest, it was not a wrong choice. I don't, you know, on the scale of choices, it was not really one of the worst things in the world, right? And I think that we do have, you know, there are ways to have peaceful process. And the petrol prices ones were that. They were a peaceful protest. They were done in such a way that, yeah, they were annoying. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But I'd like to think that no one intentionally was harmed or, you know, as a result of those actions, right? They may have been through, as I say, through vehicles and all the rest of it, but not intentionally. Their outset was to raise awareness and be an inconvenience, not get people hurt, not to damage things, not only to raise awareness. And they did that. And so those kinds of actions, again, you know, I'm not necessarily saying please fill up our motorways with cars for everything, but it was also relevant because they were the primary users of petrol. They were impacted the most. Now look at it, it's fucking £2 a litre. But you do all throughout time, people have protests, gone to wars, picked fights, whatever, over various things, and of course that's the way the world has been. Is it the right thing? Well, we're a little bit more educated now. We have other methods of communication. I mean, trying not to be political, but let's say Wales stole my car and I wanted it back. Well, I could send some emails to the Welsh Government. I can contact my Member of Parliament and ask him to ask for it back. I don't necessarily call out the army. But if you actually look, it does, because many of them, they've had to dig up road because they couldn't get them off. And this is where it's not as peaceful as, yeah. What I would normally say, if you know, it's like the tree huggers, right? If you go sit up a tree to stop them chopping it down, you're not really doing the tree any harm, you're not necessarily doing anyone any harm, you're just being slightly annoying. And, well, that is the intent, that is the whole purpose. But if you're damaging the tree by being up it to stop it being cut down, well, you're kind of defeating the point, are you not? And don't get me wrong, people who are passionate about something can be really inspiring. And they're not, you know, you do not have to necessarily agree with them to feel inspired by their passion. As a neurodivergent, I can see that there are multiple parts to it. He has a passion and he believes it wholly and truly, and he is acting on his passion. These are admirable. You see, shooting yourself in the leg, fucking painful, but you did it to yourself. So, to that extent, I mean, it's not on my top 10 list of things to do this weekend. And in fact, I'm pretty sure if I started writing now, I'd get to retirement and it probably still wouldn't be on my list of things to do. But, when you're doing it to yourself, while maybe you could question the mental state of someone who's prepared to hurt themselves to that extent, okay. Oh, Jesus Christ. That's right. The channel that I've got reading in my background, which started part of this conversation, and I'll explain why in a minute, normally has quite a few viewers, to be honest. Oh, looks like Twitch is... Oh, no. But when I say quite a few viewers, I'm talking in the 10,000 range, which is a lot, to be honest. I mean, look at me. I maybe have 6 people, right? He normally somewhere in the region of 12,000 odd people watching. I just looked at his number and it said 89,000 and something people, right? Apparently he's being view botted. Well, they're welcome to come here. I mean, it's not my fault, but because I'll get banned if you get view botted, by the way. They tend to can you and ask questions later. But 89,000, Jesus Christ. But anyway, the reason that I started off on my kind of political rant, for want of a better description, because I've tried to make it not too political, was that this particular person had someone on doing an interview, and as mentioned, if you have beliefs, you are welcome to your beliefs. I really have no problem with that. Now, this particular person, hang on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that's right. This particular person was on about one subject and then started on about vegetarianism. And it's like, well, okay, your chosen subject is off. A lot of people who choose their subject are vegetarians. But that was not what you were invited on to talk about. And it becomes one of the things is, out of the whole talk that this person came, do you know all I remember them talking about? Vegetarianism. Now, I was listening. But, because they then went off on this tangent and did the big rant about how, oh my god, it's terrible, everyone should be vegetarian, how could you? Now, I'm very strongly against cruelty to animals, so please understand, I find it a difficult position to sit in, because I don't like any vegetables, fish or fruit, so I don't have a lot of choice. I'd kind of run out of food if I didn't. And I really do like sausages, sorry. But if you actually look, most sausages are made of bugger all meat, so let's truly be honest here. But it is one of the things, and so this girl was banging on about vegetarianism, and now she was doing it as a talk, so her talk, perfectly peaceful, I could have just wandered off and listened to something else. And so, I have no problem with that. But as you say, there are people who will destroy farms, they will damage equipment, this does not help your cause, because you become almost worse than the problem you were trying to talk about. Because yes, I know that, maybe you wanted to stop. Now, you see, that's a very good argument, because they have proved that too much red meat is potentially bad for the digestive system. But humans are omnivores. We are designed to eat all of it. If you truly become vegan, which is what most of these people seem to want you to be, your body no longer gets enough minerals and other stuff, and you end up taking vitamin pills. I'm sorry, but if you've got to take pills to keep your body going, this is not what your body was designed for. Now, having vegetarian options, great. Having vegan options, great. Should you wish to do so, great for you. But not everybody's body is equal. So you can't decide for everybody else what you should and shouldn't eat. Because I can tell you now, my tea tonight is not going to be healthy. I mean that with every honesty in my soul. I'm going to be having takeout for tea. It's Friday. It's what I do. Right? Now, it does mean that, you know, chances are it could be a burger, because I've discovered a really good burger place near me who do chicken naga chilies. Sorry, naga chilies on a pescatarian. And that is no joke. People who eat fish but are otherwise vegetarians are pescatarians, right? Yeah, I can't spell it either, so don't look at me. I know it starts with P, and then I'm kind of out of there. Alright, I could probably do the Atarians at the end. There's some letters and C somewhere in the middle there, probably. But there are people out there who... So, there's been some rather famous YouTube people who have gone, oh, I only do the raw vegetable diet thing. So, they only eat raw, and it's got to be vegetable, and basically it's a big pile of green. I can't stand any green vegetables, right? I'm not a hyper taster, but it tastes like anti-nail biting polish. I just can't eat it. Makes me puke. Literally makes me puke. Anyway, you know, they had a few of them about how great it was for their body and how fit they were and how much weight they lost. But this is what I was saying about the minorities. Well, it depends on the... Well, and poor old Naughty Kel, it's your birthday, you should eat what you like, and they can go... If they want to go and eat a curry, they can fuck off and go eat a curry somewhere else. Personally, if they want to eat curry, they're welcome to come around here, because I really like a good curry, especially if someone else is paying. So, but I'm really up for a curry. And as I was saying, you know, my tea tonight may be a Naga chilies on burger, which is a glorious thing, which would melt the arse off a lot of people, to be quite frank. My ex-husband used to work for a company, and we'd never heard of chicken Naga. It was just not something we'd heard of. And he came back with these chicken nagas, and the boss came back with chicken nagas, and everyone in the office tried a little bit, and there were blokes crying, right? Oh, it's too hot, and they were literally crying. And Trev kind of went, nom, nom, nom. And I went, chicken naga? Oh, not heard of chicken naga. And we asked our local curry place, do you do chicken naga? And they went, yes. Awesome, we said. So we had some. We went actually into the restaurant, sat there and had it. Now, I think I had my normal and Trev had one because he was really up for one. And Trev is terrible. He eats like half a dinner and then gives up because he's full. And I'm a fat pig because, well, I'm chubby, and so I'll clear up what's left. Next time we went, I had a chicken naga and all. So, you know, I'm kind of a chicken naga convert, but they are quite impressive chicken chilies. Darling, I nearly burnt the house down cooking a pizza under the grill, so you don't need to talk to me about bad cooking, because my mother will piss all over you or anything. My mother could set the smoke alarm off boiling water. That she was a uniquely gifted lady. But Exactly. I mean, you could be related to my mother. But I'm not quite that bad. I have been known to make some pretty epic culinary disasters, but I have not killed anybody, or even myself particularly. I did give myself food poisoning once. I was very disappointed by that. And I had followed the instructions. It was one of those, buy this, put it in the oven and heat it up jobs. I didn't actually cook, right? All I had to do was put it in for like 35 minutes at this temperature and it should be fine. So I did. Gave me food poisoning. Very unhappy, as it had been a reward for myself, and I spent the night honking it. That was not a good moment in my life. But, you know, I do feel very sorry for Naughty Kel if on your birthday you can't eat food that is nice to you. Get one of those George Foreman grill dudes. Seriously. George Foreman grill type things. They come with, I've got a T-foul one. You literally get said steak. You set the pretty picture to steak. It go beep de beep when it's ready. You shove the steak in, and then it will beep at you for each of the layers of readiness. So obviously, kind of blue, i.e., you wafted it near some heat vaguely, and it was in the room as the machine. And then you have like rare, and then like, you know, medium rare, and all of that. It will beepty beep all the way through, so you can get the exact kind of thing that you want, because it measures how thick the steak is and everything. It's clever. And you can get a really good steak without being culinary aware. Highly recommend it. But for poor Naughty Kel, you know, there is nothing worse than on your birthday being made to eat some food that you don't particularly want to. And even if it's food you would normally like, if that's not what you wanted on your birthday, it's your fucking birthday. If you want to eat, if you want to sit there and chew lettuce leaves for your birthday, that should be allowed to be your choice, right? And if you wanted your ribeye steaks and you were nearby, you'd be very welcome to come and eat your ribeye steaks. You know, much as going for a curry on my birthday sounds like a great plan to me, I also know plenty of people who don't like curry. My father was one of them. So, you know, you can't decide for other people what they should eat on their birthday. It's their birthday. You know, it's one day a year. It's a bit like the Queen. It's the one day a year. I can make a few things. I do a seriously good roast chicken. I'm definitely good for roast chickens. You better like garlic though. If you don't, that could be a bit of a problem. You definitely have sympathy for not being able to eat what you want on your birthday. It's nice that your friends want to spend time with you on your birthday, because mine never do. But actually, when is my birthday this year? I have to go and look it up. When is my... Well, I know what date it is, but I don't know what day of the week it is. Let's be a bit more clear. I know when it is, because it's the same frigging day every year. Hang on. Oh, it's Tuesday. There is one thing I do not do on my birthday, and I book it off every year, is I do not work on my birthday. Now, occasionally, such as it's being a Tuesday this year, I'll probably book Monday off as well, just for why the could I go to work on Monday only to have Tuesday off. That's generally a thing. But I do not work on my birthday, and there is not a lot in this world that can make me want to change that point of view. A good few years ago, something was going on at work, and a company let my employer down, and I felt duty bound to step up and do the work that this other company would have done. Which was fine, except for one of the days that they desperately needed 24/7 cover for was my birthday. And as is possibly apparent by the fact that I stream on a Friday afternoon, I do not work Friday afternoons. So I agreed that I would happily be available Friday afternoon, Friday evening. I could be available for Sunday. I could be available all through next week, because they wanted 24/7 cover for the following week, for after the go live. But I would not, under any circumstances, be available for Saturday. Oh, but we desperately need you. I'm sorry, but I am not available for Saturday, and there is nothing you can do that will change that. Oh, what's so important about Saturday? It's my birthday, and I ain't working on my birthday. It's the only thing I do not do. I may not do anything at all, but I will not be working on my birthday. It is my right. I'm old. I don't even have to book it off before it is a Saturday this year. And yeah, that's. I'm impressed. You've got 3 friends. Grats to you. And so especially ones that can visit, because while I possibly have enough friends. Well, exactly. So the answer is nobody gets a chair. You all sit on the floor, and the dogs get to sniff your dinner. That's how that works, right? Because that's kind of what I do in this house. Is I technically have, counts them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 seats in this room. So if there are more than 5 people, well, currently one's the dog seat, one's under a pile of shit, and the other 3 are where I'm sitting with the dogs. But should I be having visitors, I probably would clear out enough to get to the extra chair. But if... Well, exactly, right? Well, and this is the thing, right? Is that when it comes down to it, this is the dog's house. So, you can't have the dog bed because that's already taken. You can sit on the floor and take your risks with the dog. But yeah, I am truly sorry for you, Naughty Cat, that your birthday is going to be not the social event you would have chosen. For it is the one day of the year that you should be allowed to choose these things. And as I say, it's nice that you've got friends who want to see you on your birthday. But it doesn't sound like much consideration was given on an individual level. But they mean well. But somehow meaning well's not quite good enough, really, is it? As Ned Flanders says, the world it doesn't matter because it was good intentions. It is. We know that people don't mean to do bad things, but sometimes they can achieve them anyway. And that, well, at least you're not having the, for Trev's parents' 60th wedding anniversary, I think it was. They got the whole family together, as kind of is done at these things. And as is traditional at most large family gatherings, arguments ensued. In this particular case, there are some reasonable foundations for said argument. In part, my ex-husband has 2 brothers and a sister. Sister's great. One of the brothers, pretty reasonable dude. Other brother, not so much, right? Other brother is the brother who said, while Trev had been living in the house, looking after the family dog, after the demise of his parents, put the dog down. I want the money. So let's be under no illusion that this guy. I'm not being hard on this guy, right? His choices in life are different to many of our own. However, in this particular scenario, now, I think I am correct. Now, bear in mind, I have not had this relayed to me firsthand from said brothers, so I am working from memory, and it was quite a while ago that this happened. Brother A married a lady, and it didn't really work out. Well, it kind of might have done, but he will never find out. Because Brother B got together with the wifey, right? And basically stole wifey. Wifey of arguably the nicer brother, then ditched the nicer brother and went off with the less nice brother. And they have 2 children. Nicer brother then found a new lady and had 2 children. And they are absolutely lovely children. I've met them. And in fact, one of them shares my disdain for green vegetables. And when we were sitting at some meal, I think it was a birthday party, it was kind of like, I don't eat those. No, nor do I. And Trev's sister also doesn't do green vegetables, and so there was the 3 of us sitting there going, well, what can we do with them? Can we put them in a napkin, like feed them to the dog later? You know, usual kind of shenanigans. So we all got on quite well, and the kids felt very at home with the people around them. The first time I met the less nice brothers' family, I had a bit of a cold, and it was literally a bit of a cold. I had a bit of a sniffle and an occasional cough. It was not I was a proper germ-infested, needing a hazmat style cold, right? It was just, you know, a bit of a sniff and an occasional cough. To be honest, if you didn't know me, you probably wouldn't even known I was ill. And the 2 girls that they have are children of the damned. Now, both husband and wife have dark brown hair. These kids have the blondest hair. It's like this colour, right? It is the blondest of blonde. And one of the girls came in, went out to the kitchen where her mother was doing something. Mother, that horrible woman has given me a cold. Bitch, come here, I'll fucking give you a cold. This is the kind of people that they were. And no one likes them overly. And when there have been family gatherings since the departure of the family, if they couldn't make it, the others were not grieving their lack of presence. They've done all sorts of things. They went to Ireland and Trev was supposed to go, and work said no. About a week and a half before he went, so he'd already booked it. It was already paid for. I believe they said they were going to refund him, but I don't know if they actually did. It was a mess. But you know, the family's really nice. But like everything, so I just need to check if I need to get back the other way. Yes, I do. These people, they were just horrible. And I believe the argument that had ensued was basically along the lines of, well, you went off with my wife. Which, kind of, yeah, you did. Can't really argue that, you know, well, you slept with me first and, you know, now you're making do with him, you know, kind of arguments. You know, some of this kicked off, and I'm sure Wifey A made some, you know, Wifey of the Evil Git made some snide comment and started it all, because they really were those kind of people. And more to the point, when clearing out the parents' house, threw out a load of stuff very clearly belonging to his sister. And it's kind of like, you didn't think, did you? Because, of course, you know, everyone had gone out and some people had taken things to charity shops and it was an all hands to the pump kind of deal. And when they got back, you know, the next morning, has anyone seen my GHD straightener? Because as we all know, GHDs aren't cheap. Turned out, yeah, the evil woman had gone in this bedroom that she knew the sister was staying in, even though there was nothing in there that needed doing, taken the GHD and threw it out in the bin. And of course the bin men had been. So she couldn't even get it back. It's gone. Refused to replace it, of course. Well, how was I supposed to know? What were you doing in there anyway? So yeah, it is one of those frustrating parts, I think, is that families cause friction because they know all your dirty secrets. So, because let's truly be honest, they do, which makes my life really easy because, of course, I ain't got none, so I don't have to worry about having family problems. Well, I'm not. I'm all right. I don't know what I mean. They are Nordic Celts friends, so I'm being a bit mean calling them villains, but they're not villains really. But Trev's family certainly were. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I just feel sorry for you, Naughty Celt, that you're not going to eat your lovely steaks. I don't know quite what I fancy for tea, actually, to be fair. So, Naga Burger is a very likely option, but I also have a different company who do nachos and cheese, which is also equally yummy, and I'm really addicted to that too. What I really need is the nachos and cheese from one place and the burger from the other, because their burgers are nicer. But on the good news, my employer gave me a 50... I think it's difficult. I do think it's difficult. I have some trans friends who had to come out to their family, and I have some gay friends who had to come out to their family. And I think one of my friends who came out as a trans female, oh, we've all got family like that. The aunt so-and-so, and you don't even know how that... we've all got family where you've got an auntie whoever, but you don't actually know who she's the sister of to make her auntie whatever. Because, well, yeah, I had... at all of our big family things, this include my grandparents and some of their siblings and all of that kind of shit. There was always like, well, this is Uncle this, and this is Auntie that, and this is Granny, and this is, and then there was... Exactly, right? Well, our one was, there'd be great Granny, there'd be Granny, there'd be, there'd be Grandpa, there'd be my parents, there'd be, my dad's brother and sister and their family. There'd be some other people that you didn't really quite know how they fit it all in and all. And then there was Tim and Nancy. Now, my parents and the whole of my family, if my parents had their friends round, this is Uncle this is Auntie whoever, right? Everybody was Auntie this or Uncle that as a sign of respect, right? So half my aunties aren't my aunties, right? I talk of my Auntie Pat. She is not in any way related to me. She's also now deceased, which is a bit of a shame. But my Auntie Pat was freaking great. But then there was Tim and Nancy. Nobody ever called them auntie, uncle, cousin, nothing. Now, Tim and Nancy were older people. And as I... Exactly, it really was. And it was like, well, maybe they're my great-grand's neighbours. Because that's what I assumed, right? When I first met them, they were at my great-grandmother's house. So I assumed maybe it was her neighbours or her friends. But even my parents would still have insisted it being on Uncle Tim and Auntie Nancy. But it was always Tim and Nancy. And it was always done with a little bit of Tim and Nancy. And, kind of thing. And I found out. One of them was my great-grandmother's brother or sister. I don't know which was which. I think it was Tim. I think Tim was her brother. So why wasn't he Great Uncle Tim? Why was he just Tim? Now, to be fair, Tim and Nancy, think of the name there. Tim and Nancy did seem to be a bit of a, let's call it, staged couple, shall we call it? Maybe to hide less acceptable traits, shall we say? But I'll never know. I think we've all got kind of one uncle or aunt or something that you kind of go, and who the fuck are you? Trev has one. She's also sadly departed now, but she was also the. Well, yeah. For Naughty Kelp, Tim looked a little bit like Larry Grayson. Yeah. Yeah. Tim was a little bit odd, to say the least. And Nancy was a bit like Olivia Newton-John would be when she's 90 and kind of, well, struggling to remember what century she lives in. Yeah, they were a strange pair. So, as I say, I believe Tim was great-grandmother's brother. Oh, that's really easy for me. Stephen, Peter and Rosemary. Well, yeah. My problem was a child was that I don't quite know why, but I feel there was a rift between my dad and his sister because they literally lived like 6 miles apart. And I always assumed, and I really honestly mean this, we never met them. We never met them, except for when my granddad died, they were at the funeral. And it was the first time I met them. We did some frigging dodgy deal where my dad drove somewhere and we met them they were in their car, we were in ours. But yeah, my parents then gave my violin to Peter or Stephen and we drove away. I didn't even get to say hello to them. We didn't speak. And my parents always told me it's because we had dog. Our dog was really nice. And he wasn't even like a big multi thing, so he'd walk away in a cloud of dog hair. He really, he molted, but not, kind of golden retriever style. Or husky. And so but she came to my wedding, which was pretty good because the brother didn't. In fact, nor did my cousin Rosemary, who's his daughter. It can wear. I mean, I do understand. But as for your coming out to your family, as I'll say, I have a friend who is now a woman, and the day that I was told that my friend was going to be forevermore a lady, I'd always joked that this particular guy had not been, well, the blokiest kind of bloke, shall we say, because screamed like a little girl and laughed like one as well. And I didn't want to say that to her because, well, it's kind of rude. But I said to her mother, well, exactly. And I actually said, well, that's all right. I always thought she was a bit of a little girl anyway. And apparently she read it and thought that was the best thing she'd heard. Because I didn't kind of go, oh my God. It was like, kind of, I thought you already were, dear. And so, it wasn't really a surprise. A friend of mine who I know now, to look at, was an exceptionally blokey looking bloke, to be fair. However, apparently at the age of 50 something, well, I struggle because I am fairly androgynous to a large extent. I have humongous great femitoid genitalia, but at the same time, it's just in the way, dude. I wear men's clothes because, well, they're practical, they're cheaper, and I can buy them off online and know that they'll fit. I have no desire to make the transition. However, I am not overly fit. I am not really a girly girl. I mean, here's me making lace. I mean, how much more frigging frilly can you get? But this is as close as I get to frilly, right? I do not have many girly traits. And as a result, I do sympathise with those who feel that they are born in the wrong body, because I am not a girly girl, and it is really frustrating when people assume that you will be. No, I didn't do any of that. I've never dyed my hair. I don't wear makeup, frankly, ever, and it's just not something that can work for me. I don't like wearing skirts. I don't do dresses. I don't do none of that. And I am what, in my era, was a tomboy. I was climbing trees, I ride bicycles, I will help you fix my car. I am that way inclined. I am not, I can cook food, but, I can sew, but not by choice, I am not a girly girl. And for those who are brought up in a regimented environment where you are forced to do things that are really uncomfortable to you because, such as wearing a dress when, frankly, you are not interested, as an example. Which my parents did try. Believe me, they tried a lot. It can be damaging. Because, if you know that does not make you comfortable and people don't want to listen to that, it's not really about your gender. It's not really about that. It is about the boundary of, this makes me feel terrible, but you are willing to force me to do it anyway, and you are the people that are supposed to love and care for me. And I think having to extend that then onto sexuality and being told you are male, you will like women, you will do the do, has got to be even more harmful. I mean, at one point, they'd have done electrotherapy for that crap. I mean, fortunately, we've moved on a bit from there, but not as much as maybe we should have done. And so, for people who have to go through all those things, well, there is a flip side to that. And let me summarise it by a comment from a co-worker who is a 65-year-old white male who looks a bit like an American trucker. It kind of looks like he's got prison tattoos, but he hasn't, right? But, he's kind of a rough and ready blokey bloke, right? One thing about our employer that used to wind him up was the fact that there was a network for everything. And I mean for everything. If you were not white, there's a network for you. Probably a handful of networks for depending on which nationality you might be, right? If you were trans, oh god, there was the LGBTQ and the rest of the alphabet as it came up, because obviously it started as LGBTQ. There's the vets network, the women's network, the neurodivergent network. The employer has a dedicated team for trans people. Now, I have no problem with that. But he did make a point. So where's the group for me? Why can't we also have a group? Now, the obvious answer to that is everyone goes, because white men have got everything that they want and it always goes their way. Well, no, it doesn't. I know a white lady who went to work for a company where she was the only white face in the office. And they were racially slurring her. It works both ways. It kind of rubbed some people up at work the wrong way when the group responsible for trans, come out every quarter as the team of the quarter. Feels a bit forced. It is, and to a large extent I wouldn't disagree. But I also know environments where you would be pressured because you were that. And it is... I mean, I strongly believe that, like I said earlier, if you want to believe that there are little green fairies at the bottom of your garden, you should, you know, you're not hurting anybody, why does it matter? And, you know, when I was at school, there was a big thing about people being anti-gay, right? And it was like, it's catting, all those kind of useless, pointless, pathetic things that people did, right? And even then, I knew for a fact that A, it wasn't contagious, but also that all it really did was make fun of people for something that is none of their business. Because frankly, what you do or do not do in the bedroom, or what bits you have or do not have, now, there can be reasons for people not having the genitalia of expectation. Accidents happen, bits get lopped off. Some people grow without them. But that doesn't mean that they are not, or that they are, anything more than that. And we need to stop really caring about people's private lives and deal with the public side of it. And so, you know, if you want to come in and say your name's Bert and that you're a 54-year-old, you know, male person, grats to you. If you want to come in, you know, if you're here and you say, hi, my name's Sharon and I'm 54, we'll go, hi. Partly, it is easier to be less judgmental, although the internet seems very bad at it, when you do not have to face the person, because you are not then biased by what you see. Now, I mentioned one of my friends at the age of 50-something became a trans female. Now, when they were male, they were a very blokey bloke. And so, initially, with all due respect to my friend, and I love them with all my heart, they probably would have looked a bit like a bloke in a dress, because, well, technically they were. Now, they told me, they came out to me, they phoned me up and they said, Liz, well, I want to tell you something. And I was like, what's the matter? And they said, and I went, that's fine. It doesn't change my life. It doesn't change the friendship that we've had. It doesn't change what I think of you. It doesn't change anything. You are still the friend that I have. I might occasionally call you the wrong gender because, well, you know, you've moved and, you know, I only ever really saw you as your male former persona. So my memories are of you as a male persona, and the stories would be your male persona did because, well, you as a male persona did. But they also understand that I'm autistic, and so that, to me, this is a factual statement that, you know, as a male, this person had done this. I used to work with them. And So, me and this bloke, you did this. Me and this bloke did that. But it is not a slur against their transness, because I'm very happy that they are happy. Because that's all I want. I want my friend to be happy. So if being female makes them happy, and that's how they believe, that's great. Yes. Well, it's got to be difficult because we're all born and given a gender. Do you have these bits, yes or no? That's how they decide for you. Because, to be fair, we can hardly tell them how we feel at this point. And really, until you get to a more puberty level, chances are you don't truly know. Because, maybe you're into cars and you're a girl, or you've been labelled a girl. And for that point of view, maybe you're not happy about that. Oh, there's nothing wrong with a girl learning about cars. Why can't I? That doesn't make you trans. That just means you're interested in cars. Once puberty hits and you realise that the feelings that come with the gender that you were assigned and maybe the body that you are in do not match how your brain is feeling. Now, bear in mind, I am very aware that my brain is like a different person, and I have arguments with it. Hello, why do you think I'm documenting making a net curtain? So that when my brain has another idea, I can wave some documentation at it. It is like convincing your boss that it was a bad idea. So with that in mind, I do understand that you can have a different point of view almost to your own body and mind. And it is... I do feel that it is not something that 90% of people would do for a laugh, because it is a considerable change. If you go through with it all, if you go through the whole change, because obviously, changing is technically optional at the end of it. You can live as a gender without actually changing, but if you go through the whole change process as well, it is a really big change. It is a huge change to your body. It's a large number of operations and pills and psychotherapy, and it is not a walk in the park. But also, if you truly believe you are another gender, if you truly in your heart know that the body you were born into is not the right one, living with that must be hell. If you consider that, prisoners are allowed out in the yard for exercise, and they must do this and must do that for the sake of their mental well-being. Being trapped in your own body. Same as people who were active who become paralysed. The mental anguish of being trapped inside your body, not being able to do the things, not being judged and treated in a way, because we all know that men and women are treated differently no matter what people say. It doesn't matter. And if you can't be you, which to be fair, I can relate to not being able to be you, because as an autistic person, there are limits on the amount of me I'm allowed to be in public, because people don't like it. People don't accept that I think of the world differently to them in a lot of situations. And because of my age, whereas today everyone gets, oh, well, he's autistic, oh, it's okay, we don't mind then. There was none of that when I was a kid. It was basically beaten out of you. You were beaten until you learnt to behave in an acceptable manner for the world around you. And it's not a fun game. And so, having been on not your side of the fence, but a side of the fence that is not deemed normal, I do relate. In a minor way, because I know that my way in a lot of ways is nothing in comparison, because I am a high functioning autistic, so I understand I can have conversations. I am not sitting in the corner of the room screaming because a brown thing's touching a red thing. I am a high functioner. And so, but for all people who suffer from being judged because they're different, we've done it for centuries. And why? Why do we still do it? We know that, if you believe in God A, that doesn't necessarily make you worse than God B. We've got over a lot of the religious things in some places. Obviously, some still struggle. But we've also, we have so much more information available to us, so much more way of finding out truth, and yet we still act like we're in the friggin' 12th century sometimes, and that, anyone who is even remotely tinily different to what is deemed to be socially normal is some form of witch and needs burning at the stake. Can we stop with that? Everybody is different. Everyone has thoughts and concerns and worries and things that they are not feeling normal about. And people don't talk about it enough, because if more of the, quote, normal people admitted that they didn't fit in here, or that they felt really uncomfortable with a situation because, so-and-so said this, or, it's a bit like sexual harassment training at work. Now, one of the questions will be something like, John says to Mary, "That's a really pretty shirt." Now, part of you goes, maybe she's wearing a really nice shirt. Maybe it's, it's kind of, somewhat attracting attention. Maybe it's bright pink or something. But, maybe it's just, maybe she normally wears some really plain things and today she's wearing a really pretty shirt. Or it's a really good colour on her. And, the last couple of weeks she's worn some real stuff that's made her look a bit wonky. Because there are certain colours on, like people have colours that they look pretty bad on. No, I don't know anything about the colour theory. All I can tell you is that kind of lemon yellow on me makes me look friggin' awful. Says the girl who got up one day and had a pair of yellow leggings, usually worn as pyjamas, but yellow leggings. And I had an identical coloured t-shirt. I put it on and all I could see in the mirror was a huge bowl of sweets. So I took them off. But it also made me look like I was about to die of some lurgy, so that was also not a good plan. But, maybe it was just a generic compliment because maybe she was looking a bit down, or maybe the person was in a great mood. No, apparently that's sexual harassment because you commented on her shirt. Well, not necessarily. Some of it is intention, right? And it also depends how well you know said person. Because like everything, you can say something and it's truly insulting, or you can say something to someone and they'll laugh and go, "Yeah, I know." We, obviously work, again, sexual harassment. This particular training course I'm thinking of was probably 10 years ago now, maybe longer, right? But there are quite a few things where, sure, that particular scenario, blatant. So, for example, I think one of the scenarios they gave was, let's call them Tim and Nancy because I've run out of names, but Tim and Nancy go on a course. Tim is, Nancy's boss, and they, in the hotel, it turns out their rooms have an adjoining door, and Nancy gets ready for bed. It's late at night. Tim opens the door and he's not wearing anything, right? Well, clearly, man's taking assumptions to a whole new level, right? Well, what if they were having a thing anyway? I mean, who are we to judge at this point? I'm all for standing up for people who do not feel they cannot stand up for themselves. And I have more than once ripped a shred off someone for being rude. I remember the last one I did was, I was in... Well, exactly. That to me is... It is sometimes the wording matters. Because maybe it's, "Oh, that's a nice shirt. Where did you get that from? My wife would love one of those," right? It is not sexualising it. It is not, You know, I mean, okay, maybe he's hoping she'll wear crotchless knickers or whatever, but, you know, whatever it is, yes, it may be, but that can just be, that's a nice shirt. And there is no more complexity. Years and years ago, I don't know if they still do it, things like the nursery rhymes. They went to town on nursery rhymes, pretending that there were lots of hidden meanings. Now, yes, there are hidden meanings to an extent, but it's like the Hansel and Gretel and you know, Red Riding Hood stories. There are kind of hidden meanings, but there's hidden meanings and then hidden meanings, right? And I seem to recall, don't hold me to this, but it was something like Bar Bar Black Sheep was not about a girl and a sheep, or even one sheep that was different. Well, exactly. Well, exactly, right? You know, over the years, we have come up with some terrible shit. But something like Bar Bar Black Sheep was about periods. I'm sorry, how? Really? How is... I mean, Humpty Dumpty was about a cannon. Hang on. Let me do this. Hang on. This is Rory. Mind you, he looks like his eye's sore now. Don't know why your eye looks sore, but there you go. This is Rory. He's now determined to feel camera shy. His sister, however, is out in the garden. When she comes back... Amy! Come on. Come on, little miss. Let me grab the other one. There are 4. So here is little brown one. Oh, ow, this is what happens to me. I get trodden on a lot. So this is Amy. I can't make her sit any more still than that. She doesn't do still. The only time she's still is basically when she's unconscious. She has this thing for standing on my boobage. Which I know I have plenty to stand on, but it's not what it's for. I mean, I don't really have a purpose for it, but I still would like to point out that is not what it's for. It is not a, like, foothold for mountain goats. So those are my 2 little puppies. They are 4. Well, to be honest, as I've shown on stream, I have modifications from these dogs. I'm not a cat owner, I've never owned one, and at one point I was highly allergic to cats, not anymore. There's a weird story for you. But, dogs especially seem to have, like, stiletto paws. Because no matter how big their paws are, and you'd think it spreads the weight, it's like they get a pin and put it in your leg and stand on it. Because they are atom precise in their paw precision, and they will stand on the already bruised bit from the last 6,000 times. Yeah, lean is probably not quite what happened. Pushed you sideways is possibly more accurate. He probably didn't mean it, but he just wanted to lean on you. That was the intention. But unfortunately, dogs have a very low centre of gravity. And, well, aren't they just? Personally, I want Newfies. I want, like, a herd of Newfies. I'd die in heaven with a herd of Newfies. To be fair, I'd take a Mastiff, I'd take a Rottweiler, I'd take Cagne Corso, I'll frankly, as long as it's not a hairless Chihuahua, I'm pretty much in. I do prefer my dog to bark, not squeak like a squeaky toy. But as long as it's not hairless, I'll pretty much love it. I always have rescue dogs. A friend of mine only buys pedigrees, darling. I have rescue dogs. These two are brother and sister. Amy, if you do not sit down, I'm going to tase it. I'm going to buy a taser and attach it to your asshole. That's the kind that really do struggle to kind of, and when it licks you, it's kind of cold and sluggish. Yeah, we had one of that. Well, we didn't quite have one of those. It happened to be brown and tan, but Becky was about 7,000 years old, and her pee was jelly, and she had to be 20. This dog had to be 20. I tried to work it out with my dad once, and we got in a big row because I know that I had a particular car. Well, I don't think anyone does. It's like the casual brown street dog that all look roughly the same, but they are not a breed. They are just all the same. And it's like the same dog cloned the world over. As you say, the kind of small rat thing that generically it is an aunt thing. And there is no more, I mean, by the way, Naughty Cat and I don't like rats, so you're quite safe on this front. But frankly, a rat on a stick is not a dog, right? And these half-shaved, fossilised things are not dogs. This is not dog. This is not, this thing did not roam the world. Exactly, right? There is no way on God-given earth, whichever God you may or may not believe in, that roamed the world killing animals for food. No, if anything... Well, yeah. The little rat-like things, there is no way they roamed the world. They're not even an hors d'oeuvre, frankly, anything. There's no food on that, so they're not even prey. I mean, I know you do, but you and I don't do rats. We were talking about rats, right? The word rat had appeared. But, Rory's, Naughty Cat, sorry there. I called you Rory. Oops. I didn't mean that. Really didn't. Not on your birthday especially. Mind you, I love Rory, so, you can read that in as you like. But, a dog should be dog. I mean, these two are dog-sized. Bigger is better. Preferably with a bit of fluff, in my opinion, but, it is slightly optional. But, as you say, the small rat fucking crusty old thing, as you say, it's got 3 hairs and it's blind. Exactly, right? it's this thing. It looks like it survived all of the wars, including when Genghis Khan went and the whole lot. It was there, dude. It is something horrific about those dogs, and yeah, it's like the same dog that kind of gets passed around almost as a bit like the football cup or whatever, the World Cup or whatever it is it gets passed on to someone and then they have it for a bit. This thing is the same dog for the last 200 years, I just, it is, I've never understood the kind of hairless Chihuahua rat miniature fucking teacup thing. And part of the problem, especially with the Chihuahuas, is my first boyfriend, his mother bred Chihuahuas. Now, she was the rather backstreet garage breeder rather than, you know, kennel club registered job. I mean, she might have registered, but I really doubt it. Well, they are, but if you look at, I mean, there's been quite a lot of talk about it in the dog world. Not that I'm hugely into the dog world in terms of crafts and all the rest of it, but even they have come to the realization that a lot of breeds have issues. So my next door neighbour I love my next door neighbours, and I love their dog, don't get me wrong, but it's a French bulldog, and that dog permanently sounds like it ran into a wall hard, and it looks like it ran into a wall pretty hard, right? And it does. It sounds like a fucking 60-year-old chain smoker. This thing is struggling to breathe, snuffle, 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 you know, wheeze, 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 right? And it's kind of like, this dog is also 4 years old. It's about a month older than my two. Crufts a few years ago, did finally announce that a number of breeds had been overbred and that it needed to come to a stop. And some of it was things like King Charles Spaniels, you know, and most of it is smaller dogs. Oh, hang on, let me click on the allow for that. Hang on. Well, and this is the problem, right? Especially true with the backseat breeders, right? Is, you know, they have their prize floof that they probably paid a fortune for, that was probably not actually a prize floof in the first place, but they get this dog that they kind of claim is a pedigree, and that they're going to breed from it, and they want some, and the only reason they want to breed from it is to make a load of money. They don't want to breed for it because it's a lovely dog and they want to share it around. They want to breed it because it's going to make them a mint. And I have a friend, the one who likes pedigree dogs, and for some reason she decided to break the trait of her normally having pedigree cocker spaniels, and she got herself a cockapoo. Now, well, they don't have any brains, so don't worry about it. No doodle's ever going to be offended if you say that to it, because it'll just look at you kind of going, I'm sorry, did you speak? I can't remember that much. But my friend who... The only dogs I hate are the hairless Chihuahuas, Frank. Well, and Chihuahuas, actually, and anything that's kind of small. But, my friend considers herself very much up on dog breeding because she was a groomer, and she this and she that, and she considered she knew an awful lot. So, she got this dog and claimed that, to me, bear in mind, this is the woman who can't afford her own shit, by the way, so she then paid £1,200, I think it was, for this dog. I'm sorry, you couldn't afford to fix your car when the battery went. Someone else had to do that. But you've got £1,200 for a dog you don't need. Okay, because she still had dogs, it's not like she was dogless at this point. Okay, fine, whatevs. You know, you do you, love. If you want to be in debt and, you know, fine, whatever, you do you. Happy for you. She got this dog. Next morning, thing was sick as a parrot. So she took it to the vet, and she can't afford... all of her dogs have died slightly prematurely because she didn't actually take them to the vet, or she took them to the vet said give them these pills, and she didn't. So, because she couldn't afford it, in quotes. So, you know, there is a little bit of a over this. But this dog was as sick as a parrot. She took it to the vet, and the vet basically went, I think it's got parvo. And so she went back to the breeder, and it was like, you promised me that everyone was healthy, that they'd all been vet checked. Blah, blah, blah. My vet's just said it's got parvo. And, you know, she's now got to keep it apart from her dogs and, you know, all this kind of shit. And it cost her about 1,500 quid to get the dog looked after. Nearly died, blah, 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 blah. Then it turned out, because she was saying, oh, do you know so-and-so? And I was like, yeah, I've heard of so-and-so. I've met them. Oh, well, it was their family. Okay, well, you know, they're not breeders by profession. He's a gardener by profession. And an expensive one at that, which is why we didn't have him. To be frank. What do you mean? You bought a dog off them? And it turned out, the dog was severely underage. It was not old enough. It hadn't been fed milk from its mother. They'd literally just used bottled milk out the fridge. It was all of its litter mates had died. Exactly, right? And this is a woman who said that she'd checked them first. And apparently she ended up in a bit of a sting operation with, you know, the police being involved, getting them to admit that it was their dog and that maybe they hadn't done all the due diligence. And then the police came in and swept it all up a bit. But, well, so do I. And the problem is that we all know that to a large extent, all they do is push them underground. Now, well, I had dogs as a kid, and I briefly had a time where I did not have dogs. But when we moved up here, I got a dog. We got a dog quite quickly. We got Charlie, the little man in my icon, right? And I've had dogs ever since. And I will continue to have dogs while I am able to continue to look after them. If I am not in a position where I can look after them, then I will stop having dogs, because I will not be able to do them justice. So it is one of those things, is that much as I threaten to kebab her ladyship occasionally, because she is a twitchy, annoying bag of crap sometimes, it's like children. There are times that you would happily, you know, I had goldfish, budgies, cockatiels, mice, shit ton of mice. I mean, absolute shit ton of mice. Deliberately kept mice, not random ones I found. Actual deliberately paid money for it in the pet shop mice. Dogs. Yeah, I think that's it. I think that was me done. But I kidnapped. Blimey. I did live on a farm where we had chickens, but for some reason my brain does not think of them as my chickens. Well, there is that. When we lived with my grandparents had chickens, so I did not view them as my chickens. I viewed them as chickens that I lived with. Hello, welcome to my autistic brain cell, because, well, frankly, that matters in my head. But having fresh eggs for breakfast is a truly glorious and beautiful thing, by the way. And you don't really realise it until you've lost it. And then one of the guys who used to work with us announced one day his hens had laid excess eggs. Did anyone want some? And I kind of looked at him with, "You've got hens?" And he went, "Well, yeah, I run a bed and breakfast, and normally we get through all of our eggs, but for some reason today you know, the hens were a bit overproductive and we're a bit short on people. So, we've got some spare. Do you want some? God, were they nice. I'd forgotten how different they taste. Because you do. Like everything, you know, when you have them as a kid, then you have a big break, and then you come back to a fresh egg, rather than this half-processed, domesticated, mass-produced shit. Even though it's still an egg, it's come out of a chicken, and all of that kind of stuff. The box of eggs you generically buy down your food store is nothing compared to a fresh egg. It's the same as anything. If you have it, kind of like, I'm not going to say kill it, strip it, and eat it, but everything that was alive or was freshly produced minutes ago. If you've had vegetables, kind of where you were the one digging them out the ground or picking them off the bush, or God help me, raspberries in sunlight. Raspberries in sunlight, I would eat my body weight today. Bear in mind I'm fat. I would still eat my body weight today in raspberries, straight off the vine on a sunny day. No, I don't bloody wash them. Bite me. I really should wash them. But we were stupid back then. We ate them. It didn't kill me. And one of the other things that goes with that, and this was something that I've given a lot of thought to. So, back in my day, you drank out the hose pipe. You know, if you dropped it on the floor, you ate it. 5-second rule job, because if you've got a dog, obviously, but as a general rule, if you dropped it on the floor, you brushed it off and ate it. You quite often, especially when I was very young, you had a bath once a week. You washed, but you only had a bath once a week. Isn't it funny how, while there were clearly some children with struggles back then, there were a lot less of them. Things like hyperactivity, now known as ADHD, and encompassing a whole pile of other shit, wasn't common. We didn't really have obese children because, well, we spent our entire day outside running around like fucking idiots. We did not spend our day doing this, right? We didn't really eat processed food because there was none. You went down the butchers for the meat, you went down the greengrocers for the vegetables. If you wanted a cake, you fucking made one. There were a few things you bought processed, like flour and stuff. But if you lived in the country, chances are you got it out the farm. So you bought a bag of flour, literally. You bought potatoes in a sack. None of your vegetables came pre-dunked in chlorine in a little plastic wrap. And as a result of all of that, you've got to wonder, people are fatter today because we eat more processed foods, because fattier foods and less bad for you foods are more readily available. Case in point, if I open my Just Eat app, which, because of course it is 6:15 and my stomach is hungry, because I'm perpetually hungry anyway, but it is food time. I can tell you now, there are, hang on, you used to tell me how many, hang on, used to count them, used to tell me, hang on, no, used to tell me how many places there were. 34 open fast food joints in my area, in case you don't believe me. You probably can't see it very well. There you go. 34 places are available to send me food, where all I must do is go, I want one of those, 3 of those, and some of that, send. I do not hand them money. It is naturally taken directly away from my account. We have in the UK, we've got an app called Just Eat. We used to have Hungry House. It was a better app, but they got bought by Just Eat, which was a bit of a shame. But it basically, you get access to great piles of companies. So, for example, there are better known ones on there and lesser known ones on there. So, for example, Domino's Pizza in the UK is a nationwide brand. Then there's a whole bunch of Chinese places, more pizzas, fish bar, my favourite Wacky Burgers, which do the really nice burger. There's Forense, which is the one who do the nacho chips. There's Go Perry, another Perry. There's the Curry Up, which is the curry version of the burger place. Tewkesbury Fire. Unfortunately, that would be nice, but not at their prices for delivery. Actually, they need a £25 thing before you can deliver. But I've got a thing with Just Eat at the moment where I get free delivery, so hallelujah to that. And as I was saying, my work gave me a £50 voucher, and the only company on all of the options that they gave me that I would use, Just Eat. So tonight's dinner is on work. Cheers, dudes. But there's more pizza, curries, Bangladeshi, just flipping through, Indian, Bangladeshi, Greek. What's the Greek one actually? Hang on, I could go for this. I mean, I am. That doesn't sound very filling. Let's have a look at some of these. Now that sounds right. Whether you're particularly meat orientated or not, they do a veggie box, so cheer up. A box all come of the extra 8 come with all of the extra 8-ounce dips come with a chop bit. So I assume they didn't mean 8-ounce dips. I assume they mean 8-ounce meat with a dip. Oh, they could be, but I can also tell you I've ordered from a fair few, right? Over the 6 odd years I've lived here, I've ordered a fair few. And bear in mind, I lived not far from here before that, and some of these places share with where I was because I didn't move very, very far. So they've got an ambrosia pork, chicken and veggie box. Well, one of each, sorry. So they do an ambrosia box pork, an ambrosia box chicken. So they do pork, chicken or veggie. Which is very interestingly labelled. So let's pick the pork one, and it goes protein, Greek salad and dip. You see, this is another advantage of being old. We've sorted all of that shit. They then have an artisan box. What the fuck's in an I'm getting hungry looking at this shit. Ooh. Banks are evil. I'm with you on banks are evil. Bear in mind, when my dad died, I had the money to buy this house and put some savings in the bank, right? And due to the exceptionally low interest rates that the UK have had for a very long time, it really wasn't a thought. Until a week or so ago, I got a letter in the post saying, "Dear Miss Kimber, you owe us a shit ton of money." Well, it didn't actually say that. It went, "You have £1,446 in unpaid interest." Interest of what? What are you on about? Bear in mind, this has come from the government. You know, so clearly you thought I owed you money and this is the interest on it. But this is the first I've heard of it. Hang on, what do you mean £1,446 in interest? I mean, given the state of interest rates, that's a lot of money. Turns out that was not the case at all. I actually owe £486. But at no point did it actually say that. And it then went on about how it was going to change my tax code, which is how much money you can earn before you pay taxes, down by £4,400. So on top of so they then by a further £4,400 as well. So it basically amounted to the best part of £6,000 off my tax disc. And I'm kind of going, hang on. There's no way I owe you £6,000. What in the name of mercy are you on about? So I rang him up. Funnily enough, I did get around to that one. And, in fact, within a couple of hours, to be fair. And I phoned up, and he explained that basically, on my savings, I had earned interest. Well, yeah, my savings, and the bank uses them to lend to other people. So, I don't see it's wrong that I get something out of the deal. Oh, yes, but you earned more than your allotted amount. What do you mean I'm allowed only a allotted amount of savings? Well, your savings went over so much in interest, right? Well, so you now have to pay tax on that. And I went, but I paid tax on the money when I put it in. At no point did any money get in there that I did not pay tax on. Oh, well, yeah, but now you've got to pay more tax on it. So, basically, banks are evil. I'm not going to argue against that one. They're on their own on that one. What the hell is a skipasty? It looks kind of interesting. Actually, that looks really... I don't know if you can see that. Because it's... Hang on, I haven't got my glasses on. Yeah, you can vaguely see that. That is looking nice. Protein chips, dip, tomato, lettuce, melted cheese. I could eat that without even blinking. That looks fucking good. Oh, they don't just do a chicken one, they do a chicken and bacon one. It's got bacon in it. Christ alive. If you're a vegetarian, I'm sorry, but I really like bacon. I've got about 6 packs in the fridge. Actually, I think it's more like 8, but there we go. Let me have a quick look. What else do they do? I think I may have to try this. I haven't had any of this for ages. I can't pronounce any of it, which of course again is great because I don't need to. Because I've got an app, I just go click. I want one of those. You know, I don't even have to do the American one of those kind of moments. I can just point and go click, click, clickety click. Yes, yes. Some of those. Add this. Take that. Go. You know. Well, and I'm kind of with you. To be fair, bacon is a bit of a weakness. I do like sausages as well, but I primarily eat chicken. Not because I don't eat anything else. I won't say I'm like you and I can't cook a steak, because I can cook a steak. I've got one of those George Foreman. I've got my Tefal grill. But, and they make great toasted sandwiches as well, just in case you're interested. But, they, I just generally go with chicken. It was not a conscious decision. It just seems to be the, you know, what do you fancy? Oh, I really fancy, like, you know, chicken and mushroom and rice or something, you know. So I'm a... I have a problem with the flavours. I don't have so much problem with textures, except for, anything that I can't do fat and gristle. I think that's a fair comment. I can't have fish because the bone, once I find a bone in it, that's it, I'm done. It's not that I don't like fish per se, I just don't like bones, and I can find bones in a fish finger, so that's not going to work. But I can't, the only texture one I can't do is people who make mashed potato like it's a soup. Where it's like smooth and like a slightly solid soup. I like my mashed potato more like potato salad. I want chunks. And I've got a friend who she tells everyone she's vegetarian. Yeah, I watched her eat a beef burger, so she can shut up on that one. And I remind her every time she mumbles something about vegetarian, and I go, oh yeah, except for that burger you had. She's not against it. She also claims it's a texture thing, but I've also seen her eat it anyway, and kind of, no, if you've got texture issues, love, and you've got the texture issues you've told me you've got, you wouldn't be eating that. So there's a bit of that goes on. She's a bit strange, but her son is very much problematic with textures, and I totally relate to that, because as I say, I can't do the soupy style mashed potatoes. To be honest, I don't bother mashing my potatoes, I just cook them and eat them. I mean, I can throw butter on them if I want, and a shitload of salt and pepper, and it's not far off the same thing. And my mouth can do the mashing, and that works for me. But I can't, if I'm going to have mashed potatoes... And to be honest, some people are vegetarian for a price reason, and I can understand that. Is that I think I I try to eat more vegetables than I used to, and I'm certainly better than I was as a child. Dear God, well, I so much better than I was when I was a child. Pretty much, as a child, I ate potatoes, carrot, and sweet corn, and cauliflower. Except for the fact that my dad would not eat cauliflower, sweet corn, or carrots. My family had a troubled time. My mother claimed she was allergic to mushrooms. No, she's not. She was never allergic to mushrooms, and I could prove it because I watched her eat some and she didn't notice. And I think that's one of the things as an adult, you, like everything, you weigh the pros and cons, right? As an adult, personally, if it was truly down to me and I can hate on a cucumber because it's all water, but potatoes, God help me, I'll be buried with those. But it is, for me, I think, as an adult, you get to realise that when you're paying for it, the choice is yours. Now, personally, if dietary requirements and minimals, proteins, vitamins and shit were not in question, I would live on cake. I would absolutely live on cake. I would eat my body weight in cake on a regular basis. But as an adult, I reckon... I can't do celery. Fuck celery. Cucumber is also green, so it kind of falls into the green scenario. But at least my biggest problem with cucumber by default is that it is watery. Now, pickle it, and I'll have a different conversation with you. I now eat swede, turnip, parsnip. Because one of the things that I discovered as a child, being a bit of a fussy eater, and I've always admitted I was a fussy eater, was... I'll never make you a cheese and onion sandwich then, because I'll tell you something. If I'm having a really shitty time, one of the most glorious things in my existence, 2 slices of bread, shit ton of cheese, and I mean like, inch of cheese, and some raw onion, grill the bread so the middle is warm and the cheese is slightly melted. I will part with my soul for that. However, you can eat my cucumber and I'll eat your onions. Right? Deal? It is one of those things is that as an adult, you get to go, I just can't stand the stuff. Or marrows. And even more not, aubergine stroke eggplant. What in the name of mercy in Sam Hill is that? That is just disgusting. I've never eaten anything more revolting in my entire life, including the day I ate these. Now, actually, you've reminded me that I'll have to feed the dogs these, but these, hang on, let me show you. These things. These are dried liver treats. Now, I've eaten liver. I've had liver at friends' houses. My mother cooked liver. Now, my mother could suck the death out of anything. But even my mother's liver wasn't disgusting. I mean, it was liver, but it was... that's why... Right, here's a trick for you. Now when you live on your own, you now get to cook them a different way. And the reason this became apparent to me, and it was my revelation as a young adult as I was leaving home. No! What she cooked as liver, yes, silly woman. Right, I visited my boyfriend's parents, and my boyfriend had told them how much I love roast chicken, and that I love stuffing, because I banged on about how much I love stuffing. Even my mother's stuffing was good, right? I won't say it was good, but it was, compared to the rest of her shit, it was good, right? And he didn't like it, and it was literally the only thing he didn't eat. He ate everything else. And I found it really odd that he didn't like stuffing. I mean, what's hard to like about, sausage, meat and breadcrumbs? I mean, for fuck's sake, really? Then I had his mother's stuffing, and all became clear. Don't know what you have over there, but we have some breadcrumby, non-meat product stuffing, which is glorious, by the way, called Paxo. Yes, it is also the name of my car, right? Now, Paxo is stuffing. I've got some in the kitchen. You add water to it. You add some butter and some black pepper, and you can add sausage meat to it. Chickens. You make stuffing balls or you put it in your chicken, right? So she made me stuffing. But what did she do? Did she boil the kettle? Worry not. You have missed out, in my opinion. It's a bit like meatloaf, but not. It's very similar to meatloaf if you've had meatloaf, right? But the Paxo stuff is a meat-free version where it's all breadcrumbs and so does not have meat in it. But they do encourage you to add sausage meat to it should you like. Yeah. So how you make it, you get a sachet, you get a little packet of it, and you boil water, you mix it in the right ratio, you add a bit of butter for flavour and black pepper, potentially sausage meat as well, and then you cook it. What did she do? Well, she must have taken a packet of it, because you don't really have a lot of choice. It comes in packets. She must have put it in cold water, not boiling water. She certainly didn't cook it. And she certainly did not mix it with anything that might have added flavour. So on my dinner, she poured the slightly crunchy, because they hadn't cooked and absorbed any water, because you needed the heat for it to absorb it, because basically it was I think it's freeze-dried shit. She hadn't rehydrated it, and she'd basically poured cold water with these chunks over my dinner. I now understood why he did not like stuffing. And when we got home, I asked him to trust me and made him stuffing. He understood that stuffing is glorious. His mother should never be allowed anywhere near it, ever, in the kitchen. She can eat it, but she can't cook it. She should not be allowed ever in the history of ever to make stuffing. Everything else she did was all right. But I don't know why. She just didn't follow the instructions. I mean, it's not hard. Boil water, pour packet in a bowl and wait a bit and then cook it. It's not even like it's complicated. But as an adult, when you start venturing out on your own and you've got your own place and you can now cook food, you can adventure in how you actually like things. So, like your carrots. You like raw carrot. You don't like cooked carrot. Did your cooked carrot be crunchy? Or was it kind of mush like my mother's? I mean, my mother's, if you looked at it funny, it melted because it didn't have structural integrity. It was so runny. I can tell you now. Try cooking them till they're basically hot raw carrot. And they go then with a hot meal. That works well. I like my potatoes slightly crunchier than completely mushed as a whole. I like to be able to cut my potato, not have it die as I touch it with things, unlike my mother's. My mother was the kind of person who would have put sprouts on for 2030 by now, which sprouts are never a good thing. But, you learn to try vegetables again, because now you get to cook them your way. You may find a way that was not how your parents did them or your guardians, whatever. That maybe, because, somewhere out there, there's someone who will tell you they're the greatest thing in the history of the world. And you're sitting there going, I would rather lick one of Rory's duck turds than eat that. And if that's the case, you have to do due diligence and try again. Because you may discover, like I did with Swede turnips and parsnips, that as long as my mother's not been anywhere near them, they're all right. Now, I'm not going to live off them, But I will say, for example, I really like turnip and swede and stuff in a stew. Adds a bit of interest to the stew. I don't tend to put carrots in because they go soggy, so you put them in kind of afterwards, pretty much. But yeah, as an adult, you kind of need to venture back and check and verify that there aren't alternative methods of cooking things that aren't as minging as the ones that you grew up with that made you hate them in the first place. Because chances are, there are. Now, I do still feel that there are certain things in life that are just never going to fall into the happy category, such as sprouts. You know, that's right, I can't see what I'm doing because of the light, but I need the light to take the picture, so I can't win. There we go. You know, I have retried most varied vegetables as an adult under my own method of cooking them. So I would think about what I didn't like about the vegetables. So quite often it was the fact that they were too soft and mushy. Well then, don't cook them that long. Try them when they still fight back. Well then, maybe you'll like them. If you still hate them, chances are you hate them. But at least you tried. You can honestly say then that you gave it a proper crack. If, like my mother, who turned everything into a tasteless pile of mush, you have a lot of things you need to retry because, well, you really do. My dad would have told you he hated ginger. He loathed ginger. My mother kept feeding him McVitie's spiced cake. Do you know what it was spiced with? Ginger. It was actually known as, you buy it off the shelf as McVitie's ginger cake. He loves it. But because of everything else my mother had always done, he thought he hated it. Anyway, I need to go and order me some food because I'm hungry. I did a reasonable amount today. I don't think I did as much as I wanted, considering it's been 4.5 hours. But I did do some stuff today. I can't remember how much I did yesterday. I think I've done that bit, that bit, that bit, that bit, and that bit today. So, it's not a bad bit. Definitely not. Definitely could be a lot worse. So let's put this away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Really? You got school on Saturday? That sucks. My sympathies for school on Saturday. I should be around tomorrow afternoon sometime, so if you are about, you of course are always very welcome. Nautical, if you're still floating around, I wish you a happy birthday, and I'm sure everyone else who wasn't here earlier also wishes you happy birthday. Nah, sorry. I hope you have fun. Well, to be honest, good luck to you. You know, I am not a social person and things like that give me the creeps, so it would not be my idea of a fun day out, even if it is compulsory and you know, and it's not just me or anything like that, still wouldn't be my idea of a fun day out. But I hope Naughty Count has a really good evening, and that his friends are not bullying too much with some curry, because that would be mean. And you know, I do think that in this day and age, you know, I'm surprised they've still got asbestos. You know, you can't even work with it over here. You know, if you find you've got asbestos, you've got to have it removed by the right people. You know. Fair enough. Anyway, I shall be back tomorrow for more of the same. I hope that many of you can join me. Fair enough. To be honest, I probably played with some as a kid. I probably sat on it. I mean, we had those lives, right? As I said, you know, we ate food that landed on the ground. We drank out the hose. We probably sat on asbestos sheets. So, you know, with that in mind, you know, we were a little bit strange. I'm going to quickly look to see who else is online. Ooh, Silver of Dragon is crafting. I shall pass you over to Silver of Dragon. Let me do this. Hang on. I can't do that here. Hang on. I have to. This is complicated. OBS does not like me doing this because I can't hear it. Hang on. Let me do this and this. See you there. Hello.